Chapter 1834. There was no distinction between the host and the guest in the pavilion. The young king was surrounded by a graceful scholar in white, a tall and majestic old man, and a middle-aged man who looked 60 to 70% similar to the old man. After seeing Fan Bainu and the others, the young lord slowly got up and walked to the top of the stairs. With a smile on his face, he welcomed the princess of the enemy country who had quietly sneaked into Liangzhou. Fan Bainu didn't know why, but she didn't feel relieved after seeing this scene. Instead, she hated this young man even more. She didn't know why. Maybe it was because this person forced Chen Zhibao to leave Beiliang. Maybe it was because this person was the eldest son of Su Shao. Maybe it was because the tragic battle at the Calabash Gate spread to Beimang. Maybe it was because she had just heard the news of Hong Jingyan's death not long ago. Fan Bainu quickly suppressed the disgust in her heart and tried to keep herself calm. After all, in front of Su Fengnian, a master of martial arts evaluation, if she showed a little bit of abnormality, she would be caught. Although the four men were originally drinking wine, there was a small and exquisite table of yellow rosewood in the pavilion. A whole set of tea sets was available. This was probably the way Beiliang treated their guests. They treated women who were not on the battlefield. Sure enough, the beautiful servant girl with the enchanting figure followed Fan Bainu up the stairs. Her eyes were gentle and her steps were light. She sat on one side of the table and skillfully began to make tea. Following the conclusion of Hong Jia's journey to the north, there was no lack of remnant citizens of the spring and autumn period who brought the northern Mang nobility the atmosphere of the Central Plains culture and elegance. Drinking tea was one of them. Before this, Northern Mang's impression of tea drinking in the Central Plains was nothing more than the two actions of placing the tea leaves and pouring the tea. Now, even the 7 prohibitions and 12 amenities, which were even more elaborate than during the Great Feng dynasty, had become a set of rules, and they even looked like they were being followed. Su Fengnian sat down again and looked at Fan Bainu, who had taken off her veil hat. He introduced the other people to her. They were Mr. White Lotus from Dragon Tiger Mountain, Yang Shenxing, the current deputy provincial governor of Beiliang, and Yang Huchen, the son of Yang Shenxing who was temporarily the deputy general of Jizhou. In the end, he added that they were not outsiders, so she could speak freely. When Fan Bainu was carefully considering her words, Su Fengnian suddenly looked at the 3 Beimang guards outside the pavilion. He retracted his gaze and slowly said to her, if this king did not remember wrongly, the white rainbow saber with the golden peach leather sheath was produced by the Yelu royal family 30 years ago. There were only 16 sabers in total. Excluding the few in the king's tent, there were only 9 sabers in the whole Beimang. Huang Songpu, Lu Gui, and Yang Yuanzan had all received them. The last 2 sabers seemed to be from Dong Zhuo, who became the king of the South Courtyard, and Zhong Tan, who was promoted to Xia Zhemo. This king can carry this saber on his waist, and it seems to be an old item that has been hung for many years. This king's status is not lower than that of commandery princess. Why don't we go into the pavilion to drink and taste our Beiliang's green ant? A trace of surprise flashed through Fan Bainu's eyes. She was about to speak, but the young king's next words almost made her stand up in anger. The reason why I know the origin of this saber has nothing to do with encyclopedic knowledge. Tide Listening Pavilion has long known the real appearance of this saber. It seems that Su Shao personally took it from the waist of a Yelu prince on the grassland in the early years. Last year, Yang Yuanzan left another one at the mouth of the gourd. She sneered and said, of course the prince has outstanding military achievements and is not inferior to his father's generation. But he doesn't need to use this saber to remind others. Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. Commandery princess, you think too much. If this king wanted to show off his strength to you, he wouldn't be here to meet you for. Since you came from Yuzhou, wouldn't it be easier for me to let you go straight to the mouth of the gourd? Fan Bainu suddenly stood up. Su Fengnian ignored her. When he reached for the wine cup, he said calmly, you came all the way to Liangzhou city. It won't be so easy for you to sit down after you leave. She smiled and turned to Shui Wei, who was carrying a saber and hiding his identity, and said something in Beimang language. Shui Wei strode to the pavilion, and she sat down calmly again. Su Fengnian asked directly, "This king is very curious. Who is the big shot who made Commandery Princess come to the south?" She also answered directly, "It's His Highness the Crown Prince." Su Fengnian was not too surprised. He grunted and said, "Then how much did he offer to buy the throne of Beimang?" Fan Bina shook his head and said, "Your Highness' words are a bit biased. Who will sit on the Northern Mang Dragon throne in the future? Your Highness' decision today will indeed have quite a bit of influence. However, it still hasn't reached the level where Your Highness is implying." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It won't be." "Then why did Commandery Princess come to Beimang at the risk of being beheaded? To eat the northwest wind?" Fan Binu wanted to say something but stopped. The servant girl, who had been concentrating on brewing tea, had finished distributing the teapots. She should have served the tea, but she did not dare to disturb the two sides. She seemed to be in a difficult position. Su Fengnian came to her rescue and said, "Commandery Princess, this is this year's new tea from the spring deity lake. Try it." However, Liangzhou is not like Lingzhou. There is not much water in the well, not to mention the sweet spring in the forest. So, Commandery Princess, please make do with it. Fan Binu extended 3 fingers and took the teacup that was 70% full. She lowered her head and took a sip. Her waist was straight the entire time. Of course, she was a moving beauty. She had a cold and inviolable aura around her. This aura that could keep ordinary people at a distance was exactly what a certain type of person wanted. It was believed that almost all men, if they had to choose between this Commandery Princess and that servant girl, would choose the former. However, Su Fengnian's eyes were clear the entire time. He did not pay any attention to the cowardly servant standing behind Commandery Princess Qinghuan, who was sizing him up with his hand on his blade. After she gently put down the teacup, Su Fengnian said, "This king originally believed that it was Yelu Dongchuang's idea. After all, before this person returned to Beimang, he had specially gone to Mount Wudong to meet with me under the accompaniment of Deng Mao. At the time, he had also made a price. Back then, Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry was able to leave the mouth of the gourd intact. Firstly, it was because he had tactfully avoided battle. Secondly, it was because the matter of the Ruren cavalry was mentioned in the transaction. In addition, our main target was Yang Yuanzhan's main army, so we were not willing to waste our forces on the Ruren cavalry. This king has met with such sincerity, and behind Commandery Princess stands His Highness the Crown Prince of Beimang, who has an even greater background than Yelu Dongchuang. This king feels that the following price should not be lower than Yelu Dongchuang's." In the ears of Commandery Princess Beimang, this news was earth-shattering. It was not strange that Yelu Dongchuang was ambitious, but he was lawless. Before the dust of the first great battle of Liangmang had even settled, he had already made a deal with the king of Beimang. If this was confirmed by the king's tent of the grassland, the two surnames that appeared to be in harmony but were actually at odds with each other would inevitably set off an unprecedented storm of blood. As a result, Su Fengnian's following joke did not make her feel the slightest bit funny. Instead, she felt a chill all over her body. For example, this king was still the idol His Royal Highness. When he met those rangers who mistakenly thought he was a master of Jianghu, he admired them very much. If they received less money, this king would not only not be happy, but also be angry. He would feel that they looked down on the identity of His Royal Highness. So this time, when His Highness the Crown Prince sent Commandery Princess to Beimang, "You must bring enough money." She gently exhaled, staring at the young king for the first time, or it could be said that it was the first time she looked at the young man, but she was not in a hurry to speak. Suddenly, Su Fengnian looked up at the two expressionless ordinary guards outside the pavilion. "Huh? There's a murderous aura." Commandery Princess Qinghuan was stunned at first, then her expression changed dramatically, and she immediately turned her head to look. But under the gaze of the people in the pavilion, the two guards were at a loss. In an instant, someone in the pavilion unsheathed his sword. The power of this sword was not weaker than Gu Jintang's thunder of mind. Chapter 1835. Because of Su Fengnian's line of sight, both inside and outside the pavilion by the lake were also staring at those two cowardly Shui guards, so much so that when the tall and sturdy man with the golden blade in the pavilion suddenly attacked, even Fan Bainu, who was sitting behind him, didn't have time to show the slightest expression of alarm. The situation changed too quickly. Moreover, the momentum of that saber strike was too fierce, like a strong snowstorm that suddenly came during winter on the grassland. It was as if there was an immortal inside and outside the pavilion. Mr. White Lotus, who came down from the Dragon Tiger Mountain and then went up the Qing Liang Mountain, was still habitually looking outside the pavilion with a smile. Bai Yu was still holding a cup of green ant wine in his hand, and the ripples in the white porcelain cup were light. Yang Shenxing and Yang Huchen, who were leaning forward slightly, also put their attention on the two cowardly guards outside the pavilion. This pair of fierce generals on the battlefield were really eyeing them covetously, and they even had the unique majesty of fierce generals on the battlefield. And Princess Qing Luan of Beimang maintained the posture of looking back with her back straight. Her slanted shoulders were round and attractive. The maidservant who was cooking tea was still paying attention to the charcoal fire with her head down, fearing that it would spoil the fire. The flickering light of the fire shone on her delicate face, imperceptibly adding a bit of radiance to her. In fact, the cowardly guard in the pavilion who attacked silently from the moment he unsheathed his blade to the moment he chopped down, so this blade shouldn't have instantly released such a powerful aura when it was close to the young lord's head. Just like when two armies collided, naturally, the horse hooves would already be as loud as thunder before the battle. How could it be like a spring breeze drizzle? However, this saber strike had done it. Therefore, everyone was caught off guard. Even Song Yu, who was the gatekeeper of the Qing Liang Mountain, who had all kinds of mysterious finger techniques and naturally had sharp senses, was a step slower to react. A burst of fine dust splashed up from where he stood, and this martial arts master who might be the #1 level 2 master in the world was about to jump into the pavilion. But the next moment, for some reason, Song Yu landed on the ground again, and his body didn't move at all. He no longer cared about the situation in the pavilion, and his gloomy eyes slowly moved around the two cowardly guards like a snake looking at a mouse. Logically speaking, as the local tyrant of northern Liang, this private meeting was supposed to be a show of strength to these northern Mang characters who had something to ask of them. For example, in historical novels, throwing a cup was often used as a signal. Hundreds of executioners would swarm over from behind the screen, or a pot of boiling oil would be set up in an open space, with the owner holding chopsticks. Unexpectedly, the young lord from the beginning to the end, Beimang was the first to attack. This group of Immortals knew that they were facing one of the four masters of the Beimang Wushu, and in the territory of the Su family's territory of the Su's family of the Beiliang cavalry, of the Su of the southern of Beimang, of the southern of the families of the ofs. Mr. White Lotus's eyes were still looking outside the pavilion. The wine in his cup rippled violently, and he sighed softly. When Princess Qing Luan looked back again, she didn't see the scene of heads falling to the ground and blood splattering everywhere. She only saw the deputy commander of the Beiliang Shui Guards, who had the same surname as her, still holding the sword in his hand. His whole body was full of power, like an eagle that had just swooped down from the clouds, his claws suddenly hooked onto the wooden frame. In contrast, the leisurely young lord was holding the cup with two fingers on his right hand, slowly raising it, and then smiling at her after raising the cup. It was very ordinary, like a friendly toast between two friends. But the young lord's left hand was raised high, and his four fingers were naturally bent. Only his index finger just happened to be pressed against the blade of the white rainbow sword in the golden peach skin scabbard. This unstoppable blade, after touching the young lord's finger, couldn't move forward even a little bit. Perhaps what could prove that the previous blade was indeed unstoppable was the black hair of the maidservant next to the young lord. The slightly undulating black hair was like a lotus in a pond. After waving the blade with the most true meaning of martial arts in his life, the deputy commander of the Bailiang Shui guards was pale, his eyes were desperate, and his lips were slightly trembling. Su Fengnian's finger that blocked the Beimang royal family sword gently shook, and the white rainbow sword with the golden peach-skinned scabbard flew out of his hand, and with a bang, it was quickly nailed into a pillar of the pavilion by the lake. The Bailiang Shui guards, who was determined to die, but also thought that the chance of success was very high, didn't care whether the young lord understood the Beimang language or not, and said in a trembling voice, "Weren't you successfully injured by Tuoba? And then in Huayang Pass, you fought with Chen Jibao, why are you not injured at all?" Fan Bainu's hands were tightly clenched on his legs, and blue veins appeared on his white skin. He raised his head and shouted angrily, "Yilu Zanglang. Are you crazy? Why did you assassinate the king of Bailiang without permission?" The burly dainty Shui guard was in a daze. He turned a deaf ear to the commandery princess's exasperated reprimand. He muttered to himself, "This is impossible," over and over again. He was confident that he had crossed the threshold of the celestial state. If he was facing Su Fengnian, who was at the peak of martial arts, of course, it would be a joke. But the spy report clearly showed that the current young lord was in a bleak situation. Even if it couldn't be said that his life was hanging by a thread, his celestial body was almost shattered. Purely speaking of his body, he was even weaker than the ordinary Jianghu warriors who had reached the finger Xian state, let alone the great Vajra of Buddhism who had cast an invincible golden body. It was just like those Taoist immortals who had taken the shortcut to the sky. They seemed to have endless mysterious secret techniques, but in fact, they were vulnerable in front of the pure martial artists who were down to earth on the road of martial arts. After the deputy commander of the Bailiang Shui guards was exposed, one of the young Bailiang Shui guards outside the pavilion finally couldn't bear the torment in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and he roared, and then he blatantly pulled out his sword. Not only did he not look imposing, but he also gave people a feeling of sadness. However, before the young Beimang guard could take 4 or 5 steps forward, he was kicked in the waist by Song Yu from the side. The corpse that was killed on the spot flew out, giving the onlookers a feeling of fluttering willow catkins. Next, everyone present looked at the remaining Bailiang Shui guard in unison. Song Yu's eyes were cold, Yang Shenxing and Yang Huchen's eyes were sharp, and Mr. White Lotus, who had been reading too much, seemed to know his own limits. He didn't look outside the pavilion in vain. Instead, he put down the empty wine cup and smiled at the frightened maidservant who was cooking tea, as if he wanted to ask her for a cup of tea. The young Bailiang Shui guard had a pitiful look on his face. A strange scene appeared. It was still not outside the pavilion, but inside the pavilion, very close to the young lord. Su Fengnian leaned back, barely dodging an extremely ruthless hand knife. The arm that was exposed from the shoe-embroidered sleeve was slender and beautiful, full of ivory gloss. But when her hand was used as a knife, it was full of murderous intent. Chapter 1836. If he was stabbed in the neck by this seemingly ordinary hand knife, he believed that it would be even easier than being chopped in half by the white rainbow sword. Princess Qing Wan, who was at a loss, stared blankly at the harmless maidservant who was brewing tea. The corners of her mouth held a faint smile, and the lingering charm between her graceful brows even remained the faint fear that she had deliberately faked after the previous unforeseen event. She twisted her wrist. The hand knife swept horizontally towards the young king's throat. The next moment, Su Fengnian held 2 arms with both hands and blocked 2 hand knives at the same time. One hand knife was from the mysterious maidservant who was cooking tea. And the owner of the other arm, even Song Yu, who knew everything about the Qingliang mountain, probably didn't expect it. Princess Beimang widened her eyes and couldn't help but have a look of disbelief on her face. She didn't know when a girl was standing next to her. She stepped on the table with one foot, and her hand knife was probably only a thin line away from the temple of the maidservant who was sitting sideways. Su Fengnian didn't look at the maidservant who was cooking tea, but raised his head and smiled helplessly at the little girl who still had the childishness of a girl's body. In front of so many distinguished guests, it's not appropriate for you to make a bloody scene, right? The girl snorted with a fake smile, retracted her hand, and then jumped up, grabbed the eaves of the pavilion by the lake with one hand, and disappeared after a light flip. Su Fengnian turned his head and said to the maidservant, "What is your relationship with the little girl in the princess's tomb?" The eyes of this young maidservant, who was actually very good-looking, were still gentle, without the slightest ruthlessness of ordinary Jianghu killers. She turned her eyes and saw that the young king was holding her hand, and there were drops of black blood oozing out from his fingertips. She raised her sharp chin again and saw that between the young king's eyebrows, there was a purple gold mark, as if an immortal had opened his third eye. She used the most mellow Gangnam-do voice and said softly with a smile, "Your Highness, you have a good method." Su Fengnian laughed it off. Blood that was as black as Su Fengnian's fingertips seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Her face was filled with relief as she slowly closed her eyes. After Su Fengnian let go of her arm, he held her shoulder and let her lie on the yellow rosewood table. She was just like an ordinary servant girl, slacking off and falling asleep. Su Fengnian replaced the maidservant and handed Bai Yu a cup of fragrant spring spirit lake tea. Mr. White Lotus took the teacup, sighed again, and drank it in one gulp. Drinking tea was like drinking wine. The vice-commander of the Xia Shui guards watched all of this with cold eyes. It was very likely that her real identity was the maid of the Princess Tomb female death warrior. When she attacked, he didn't have the intention to take advantage of the situation. At this time, he had a heroic smile on his face. He didn't show any sign of kneeling down and begging for mercy. He said loudly, "Your Highness, my life, do you want to take it personally, or do you want someone to do it for you?" Su Fengnian reached out his hand and gestured for him to sit. With a northern Mang official's voice that carried the accent of Gusai province, he said with a laugh, "This king is truly strange this time. The family that you, Yelu Tsanglang, belong to has always considered themselves to be the orthodox Yelu surname. Didn't you, Yelu Hongkai, and Yelu Donghua, this pair of grandfather and grandson's families always view each other as enemies? You all hate that Yelu Hongkai, who had been loyal to the emperor for 3 dynasties, let down the previous emperor. Moreover, since you can sit here this time, you can clearly be considered a trusted aide of your northern Mang crown prince. Why would you help them turn around and stab the crown prince?" Yelu Tsanglang hesitated for a moment and finally sat down. He was puzzled. "Why does your highness think that I am allied with Yelu Hongkai? The assassination of your highness came from the Beimang's crown prince. Isn't it more reasonable?" Su Fengnian didn't answer his question and asked, "Before you unsheathed your sword today, have you not used it for at least 2 years?" Yelu Tsanglang nodded. Su Fengnian's mouth curved up. This king also knows this kind of unorthodox sword training method that emphasizes the mind and not the strength. Tuoba Chunsun must have secretly told you. Yelu Tsanglang's mouth was slightly agape. Obviously, this young vassal king who could calculate was right again. Su Fengnian explained with a smile, when this king was traveling around Liang Lake, he often became a fortune teller. He didn't cheat every time. Yelu Tsanglang's mouth twitched. Su Fengnian raised his cup and took a sip of green ant wine. He narrowed his phoenix eyes and asked with a smile, "You don't believe me?" This famous deputy commander of the Xia Shui guards didn't say anything. He was still skeptical. Su Fengnian laughed and pointed at himself. "It's actually very simple. The ancestor of your sword technique is far away but right in front of you. Perhaps no one noticed that when it came to Jianghu matters that didn't help the world, this young king seemed to be much more carefree." Yelu Tsanglang laughed involuntarily. "So that's why. His family was close to the war god, Tuoba. Everyone in the grassland knew about this. Especially him and Tuoba Chunsun were sworn brothers. Yilu Tsanglang exhaled heavily and asked with a smile, "Your Highness hasn't told me yet. How do you know that it was actually Yilu Dongchuang's idea that I went south?" Su Fengnian said seriously, "This king also only knew about it now." Yilu Tsanglang's expression turned sluggish. He was so aggrieved that his blood boiled. Yilu Tsanglang suddenly smiled and cupped his fists. "This time I took the risk to assassinate your Highness. It has nothing to do with Yilu Dongchuang. It's just that I admired your Highness's reputation as the #1 person in the world. I couldn't help but make a move. Originally, that move was for the Xia Shui Guards at the beginning of next year. I hope your Highness will be magnanimous enough to forgive me for this. I believe your Highness can understand the thoughts of a martial arts fanatic like me. If this small matter causes a misunderstanding between the two kings and delays your grand plan of conquering the world, I, Yilu Tsanglang, will not be able to absolve myself from the blame even if I die 10,000 times." Su Fengnian's eyes were playful. Just as Yilu Tsanglang was about to instinctively think about the deeper meaning of the young king's words, this burly man suddenly turned his head with difficulty and looked at the insignificant woman in his eyes. What Fan Bai knew, what Bei Mang's first commander. Originally, as long as he completed this business, there would no longer be Princess Qing Luan in this world. She would only become a plaything on his bed. Could it be that the good-for-nothing crown prince had the guts to say no? If he, Yilu Tsanglang, was really annoyed, when the Bei Mang imperial court was turned upside down in the future, even the crown princess who won the title of Han Gu in the chess and sword music school would also be snatched into his pocket. But at this moment, the Xia Shui Guard's vice-commander Yilu Tsanglang was clearly a dying man. A dagger pierced through his thick neck. And the Bei Mang princess who was holding the dagger with both hands quickly pulled it out after her successful attack. Her movements were clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Yilu Tsanglang covered his bleeding neck with one hand and pointed at the woman with the same surname who was even more ruthless than him with the other hand. Fan Bai Nu gently put down the dagger and didn't look at Yilu Tsanglang at all. She stared at the young king across the table. "Your Highness, now you and I can continue the original topic. I will still do the business for His Highness the Crown Prince. And now, your Highness seems to have no other choice." Chapter 1837. Su Fengnian expressionlessly pointed at Yilu Tsanglang's corpse lying in a pool of blood. "To put it bluntly, he can appear here, can speak and do things for Yilu Dongchuang, then no matter whether Yilu Dongchuang really wanted to kill this king or not, it means that this king and your crown prince, who can't do anything right, are not reliable at all. If you put yourself in his shoes, how would you feel?" She bites her lips so hard that she doesn't even notice the scarlet blood oozing out. Bei Mang princess, who is not stupid, has no answer to the young king's question. No one here is a fool. She doesn't want to and disdains to say those words that go against her heart. Even if Yilu Dongchuang did have the sinister idea of killing two birds with one stone from the beginning, but compared to Bei Mang's fatuous crown prince, whose confidant was successfully instigated by his mortal enemy, the former is still a more suitable business partner. After all, this business is not as simple as tens of millions of gold and silver, not hundreds of officials' hats, and not even the military power of 200,000 or 300,000 people. It is related to Beiliang, Bei Mang, and Liang, these two countries. In a real sense, the whole world. If you are not the kind of ambitious and ruthless person who lacks temperament, real power, skill, and even destiny, you can only be a joke. Throughout history, only the ambitious wolves are qualified to fight for the world. In fact, she is sitting here now, is already a big joke. Yilu Tsanglang's knife, and the tea maid's assassination. Isn't it Yilu Dongchuang, the ambitious young man, showing his monstrous power in the grassland to the whole Beiliang and Su Fengnian? As for her, a chess piece played by the big people, how can she be on equal footing with the young man surnamed Su in front of her? She pulls the corner of her mouth, smiling bitterly. These years, she has always believed that the Beiliang cavalry that made the whole Bei Mang suffer was given to this young man by Chen Jibao with both hands. It was the white-clothed war saint's charity. Now looking at this young man, who has been talking and laughing from the beginning to the end, this hidden thought in her heart is not as firm as before. At this moment, a poor guy, who is in a more awkward situation than Beimang princess in the pavilion, moved. Song Yu suddenly appeared next to the only timid Shui guard who was still standing. The latter raised his hands high and tried to move away from the sword at his waist as far as possible to show that he was an honest man. When he met the eyes of the king of Beiliang, the young guard swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "His Highness asked me to send a message to your Highness." Nodded his head a little bit. Then the cowardly Shui Wei said something inexplicable. Mr. White Lotus, who was in the pavilion, tilted his head and smiled at the young lord. As for the other peoples, they are. That sentence is of the Bimes of Baiman. His Highness wants to ask your Highness, in your Highness's Wutongan, are there more parasol trees or more purple bamboos? Even though many people in northern Mang, whether it was the northern court or the southern court, were curious about Su Fengnian, the new prince of Liang, the crown prince, who was at least the second most important person in northern Mang, being so interested in a small Wudong courtyard was still very boring. Princess Beimang princess didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she also felt disheartened. The reason why she became the leader of this trip to the south, in addition to her familiarity with Beiliang, is that her family has high hopes for the crown prince, or it is because she sees him as a rare commodity. After plucking up the courage to say this, the young cowardly Shui Wei felt as if he had been fighting for a day and a night. His legs felt weak, and his entire body felt weak. Su Fengnian is stunned, and then said with a smile, "Tell your crown prince that if there is a chance, this king invites him to come to Wutongan to count. He feels that if he can return to Beimang alive, he must tell all his acquaintances. The young king of the Su family, like his father Butcher, is too powerful. He is worthy of being a Wu Dao master who is as famous as Tuoba, the grassland's god of war. He is worthy of being the king of Beiliang who killed General Yang Yuanzan. The grassland men have never been merciful to weak enemies, but they are never stingy with their respect for the strong. His family elders once told him that the biggest difference between the grassland and the central plains of Liang is that the scholars there, as long as they are rivals in their hearts, they will never respect them, but it doesn't stop them from wagging their tails and begging for mercy when they are living under someone else's roof. But we grassland men are different. No matter how many generations of our ancestors were displaced, no matter how powerful the enemy was behind us, we will travel thousands of miles like wolves. This young man of Beimang who worships martial arts in his bones is in awe, but also a little excited. In the grassland's most honorable timid guard, who doesn't have a relationship with the royal family? Everyone is arrogant, but who has seen this legendary figure with their own eyes like me? If it weren't for the fear of being killed on the spot, the timid guard would have taken a few steps forward. In the lakeside pavilion, Princess Beimang had already given up, but her eyes lit up, and she can't suppress the excitement in her voice. "Your Highness?" Su Fengnian nodded and then shook his head. "This king didn't agree to form an alliance with your crown prince, but I can give him another chance. The premise is that he must take out something more sincere than Yelu Dongchuang." Her eyes were shining, and she said confidently, "No problem. As for the thing in my hand, your Highness, please take a look at it first. I believe your Highness won't be disappointed." Su Fengnian joked, "This king is already not disappointed today. Princess, don't worry, let Steward Song take you to General Yang's mansion and find a quiet and elegant courtyard to stay for the time being. Some things can't be thoroughly explained in a few words, not to mention that this king also needs to weigh the pros and cons repeatedly." She put away the dagger, stood up, and put on the curtain hat again, leaving this small pavilion that may leave a strong mark in the history books in the future. In less than an hour, she walked side by side with Song Yu, who also looks gentle and elegant. This time, Princess Qinghuan of Beimang has a completely different mentality. Chapter 1838. Song Yu still didn't exchange any pleasantries, and her expression was still warm. After leading the princess to a small courtyard, Song Yu turned around and left. She gently pushed open the door. The young Xia Shui guard was standing at the bottom of the stairs, about to move to the side room. She suddenly asked, "What does His Highness mean by that sentence?" The Xia Shui guard, who was the only one left alive, hesitated for a moment. He probably regarded this princess as a friend in adversity from the bottom of his heart, so he went beyond the rules and answered, "Princess, I don't know what His Highness means." This is not an excuse. To be honest, during this trip to Beiliang, I have privately pondered over this sentence countless times, but I still can't figure out the mystery behind it. She didn't say anything else, pushed open the door, and closed it. She took off the curtain hat, leaned against the door, and almost collapsed to the ground. Today's matter in the lakeside pavilion, there were layers of conspiracies and overt plots, complicated and confusing. In the end, she was just a woman who was far away from the center of the imperial court of Beimang. After Yelu Tsanglang made his move, she was in a state of incomparable tension. It was really not easy to support herself to this room without batting an eyelid. For some reason, at this moment, faces appeared in Princess Qingluan's mind. First, it was the grandfather and grandson. The skinny Yelu Dongbei's dark face that revealed a mouth full of white teeth when he spoke. There was also his grandfather Yelu Hongcai's smiling face. The old man liked to smile at everyone, and when he smiled, he would reveal his sparse yellow teeth. Then, it was a handsome face that she couldn't forget. It was the man in white who was silent no matter when and where in her memory. Finally, it was the pale face full of excitement and fighting spirit when the Crown Prince of Beimang told her to be careful before leaving. She breathed rapidly, gasping for breath. She closed her eyes in pain. Unconsciously, she vaguely remembered the face in the lakeside pavilion. She opened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and said, "If that knife didn't stab Yelu Tsanglang's neck, but your eyes, it would be satisfying." Deputy Provincial Governor Yang Xianxia, who had been feeling uneasy, walked around the tables and glanced at the corpse of the female death warrior lying on the table. He cupped his fist and lowered his head as he said in a heavy voice, "Prince, I, Yang Xianxia, have committed the crime of negligence. I am willing to accept the punishment without any complaints." Su Fengnian waved his hand and said with a smile, "It has nothing to do with old General. After all, she was able to enter this house in the first place because of our Liangzhou branch's Yongying branch and Fushui branch's responsibility. However, I don't dare to complain about my second sister's injustice. As for Chu Lushan, that guy is probably thick-skinned and is not afraid of my scolding. Therefore, old General and I are actually the most innocent." Yang Xianxia was unwilling to look up. Yang Huchen first patrolled the western area of the territory as the Deputy General of Ji Province. Then, he secretly entered Liangzhou with the help of Beiliang's Yongying branch's spies. At this time, the one-armed general said, "Father, we know what kind of person Prince is. You don't have to pretend." General Chuanxiu, who was called pretentious by his son, immediately raised his head and glared at Yang Huchen. His face was full of anger. Yang Huchen naturally avoided the sharp edge. He quickly raised his wine cup and clinked it with Mr. White Lotus's teacup. The corpses of the Xia Shui guards in the pavilion and in the lake, as well as the corpse of the female death warrior in the princess tomb, were quickly taken care of by the residence's nimble maidservants. Among them, there was a young maidservant who looked delicate. She usually didn't show off and looked like she would be blown away by the wind. However, when she carried away the corpse of the maidservant who was cooking tea, it was as easy as carrying a piece of silk that weighed a few kilograms. Yang Xianxia returned to her seat and ignored this. As for whether that maidservant was a spy from Beiliang's Yongying branch or the Fushui branch, and as for whether there were other people in this residence, she was an old man who had fought on the battlefield for half his life and spent half his life in the officialdom. She was not at all interested, nor did she feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was only natural that someone like her would take root in the Jidushi residence. Once one entered a noble house, it was as deep as the ocean. Which noble house in the world was not like this? Yang Xianxia seemed to want to say something but stopped. There was no more green ant wine left, so Su Fengnian directly began to cook tea. He was actually not inferior to the female death warrior of unknown origin. This made Yang Huchen click his tongue in wonder. When Su Fengnian served tea to Yang Xianxia, he said with a smile, "Old general, if you have something to say it directly. The Su and Yang families are now allies who share honor and disgrace. Mr. White Lotus can be considered as a witness." Yang Xianxia smiled knowingly, "Then I'll say it directly. Based on today's situation, the Crown Prince of Beimang, who has been mediocre for so many years, does not seem like a person who can be supported. The officials around him who support the Crown Prince of Beimang will probably be hard-pressed for many days." Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "In my early years, I was not even as good as this Crown Prince. At that time, I, His Royal Highness, did not even have a single official who sincerely supported the Crown Prince by my side." Yang Xianxia's expression inevitably became somewhat awkward. Yang Huchen, who rarely saw his father suffer in front of outsiders, did not hide his gloating. Su Fengnian leisurely drank a mouthful of spring tea and said softly, "Of course, I and the Crown Prince of Beimang seem to be in a similar situation, but in reality, we are very different. I am much, much luckier." Yang Xianxia thought for a moment and understood in his heart, that is indeed the case. Yang Huchen also withdrew his smile and said with a heartfelt sigh, "Most people have only heard of Mr. Ishan's title of Poison Warrior and see him as an advisor of the Su family. They do not know of Mr. Ishan's extraordinary achievements in military affairs." Bai Yu also nodded lightly and raised his head to look at the lake outside the pavilion. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Mr. Ishan, I am also fascinated." Su Fengnian looked at the slightly swaying fire in the stove and did not speak. He stood up and walked a few steps, pulling out the rainbow blade with a golden peach sheath from the vermilion lacquer pillar. He then bent down to pick up the scabbard from the ground and slowly sheathed the blade. He naturally thought of the tide-listening pavilion that stored the world's martial arts secret manuals. He muttered to himself in his heart, "Master, how good would it be if you could live for another 10 years? I will definitely fight for that chair for you and exchange the python robe for the dragon robe." Chapter 1839. Someone once said that the dense post-house roads of the Liang dynasty were paved by the hooves of a certain cripple's warhorse. A mighty group of carriages stopped at the Littlebeard post-house in Yuzhou. The post-house was not large, but it was cleaner and purer than the Central Plains post-house. In fact, as the carriages traveled westward from Jizhou and Hezhou into Yuzhou, which was under the jurisdiction of Beiliang, they found that there were many posthouses along the way. They often saw posthouse riders flying by. They had heard that the Beiliang frontier army was full of proud soldiers and valiant generals, especially the cavalry. The important figures in the carriages had more or less heard of border military affairs. It seemed that there was a cruel rule that posthouse riders were guilty of running over people on the road. Therefore, when the 60 or so cavalrymen in the vanguard entered Yuzhou, they encountered a Beiliang posthouse rider riding from north to south for the first time. They found that if the posthouse rider in the north continued to head south, it was very likely that he would cut the entire group in half. It should be noted that the 3 or 4 carriages in the middle were all filled with nobles from the palace. What would they do if they clashed with the Beiliang posthouse riders? The 60 elite retainers from the capital immediately panicked. Although the officials in Beiliang wanted to worship them like ancestors on this trip to the west, the vanguard cavalrymen did not say anything and turned their horses to block the carriages behind them. They would rather jam together than let the posthouse rider pass unimpeded. The posthouse rider, who had been prepared to stop his horse, clearly did not understand what this powerful group of carriages was thinking. As he continued along the posthouse road, he could not help but turn his head to take a few more glances at the crossroads. His gaze was strange. He probably felt that the foreigners, who looked rather neat and orderly, were a bit too polite. Afterward, a lieutenant from the Armory Department of the Ministry of War explained that the posthouse rider had a feather proclamation on his back. It indicated that he was an ordinary posthouse rider in Yuzhou and that the spy report he passed on was of the most common type. However, the vanguard cavalry lieutenant who acted on his own initiative was not reprimanded. An old eunuch from the Directorate of Ribbon Insignia in a red python robe spoke the thoughts of everyone in the carriages. In Beiliang, it is better to be safe than sorry. Now, most of the Liang soldiers understood that there were three types of soldiers in the world: weak troops, strong troops, and the last type was called the Beiliang cavalry. Last time, the new Prince Liang had led less than 1,000 white horses into an important area in the capital. The result was that he had entered a place where no one could stop him. This incident caused Great Peace City to lose face, and caused a general of the imperial family to resign from his position in the imperial clan court. The Ministry of War did not interfere, but everyone in the Jianghu officialdom knew that this yamen, which held military power in the world, had not been kind to the generals from the Jianghu branch in the last half-year. Every time they came to do something, it was like they owed tens of thousands of taels of silver. Later, at the end of the Battle of Guangling, the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry suddenly came out of seclusion. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, who had returned from the Tuliao, personally led the elite troops of the capital to intercept them. There were also the cavalry of Ji and Qingzhou in the north and south. There were also the local troops who did their best to serve. Now, there was a rumor in Great Peace City that this time, it was Lu Sheng, who had experience in the Guangling battle, who stood out and not Su Gong, who had merit in the Tuliao border battle. It was because of that embarrassing interception that the emperor was too disappointed in this Gangnam-do Confucian general. The attitude of the little whisker slope into these emperor's envoys was neither warm nor cold. They were not attentive and flattering, but they were not cold. The head eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was not surprised by this and did not nitpick on this matter. First, the eunuchs of Liang rarely left the capital. At most, they had some secret dealings with the weaving bureaus of the Central Plains and the salt and iron camps of the local officials. They would not publicly appear in the eyes of the officials outside the capital. Second, ever since the old emperor of Liang took in the eunuchs of the fallen countries, these eunuchs were deeply grateful to the Zhao Shi. No matter whether it was the old people who had experienced the fires of war or the younger generation eunuchs they had raised, there had not been any rumors of trouble in the internal court in the past 20 years. The matter of eunuchs interfering in politics had disappeared. Even the powerful cat Han Shengxian, the head of the ceremony directorate, was only known as one of the three great devils of the spring and autumn period. The Zhao Shi of Liang had no doubts about his loyalty to the head of the eunuchs in the world. Later, the young Song Tonglu took over the ceremony directorate and was well known among the civil and military officials. The little whisker slope inn was not big enough to accommodate the imperial eunuchs, the imperial bodyguards, and the elite cavalry of Jingji, totaling more than 1,000 people. If it were anywhere else, the prefectural government of each province would have made appropriate arrangements and promised that they would not disturb the people. As for whether they really did not disturb the people, the head eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials would naturally turn a blind eye. However, after arriving in Yuzhou, there were many inns but not many. It was common for most of the imperial edicts to hide their meals and sleep in the open. On the other hand, the Directorate of Credentials took the initiative to discuss with the Yuzhou inns on how to avoid disturbing the people of Beiliang as much as possible. After the three eunuchs entered the inn, they gathered in the hall to discuss matters as usual. However, they were not in a hurry to speak. Instead, they drank a pot of tea prepared by the little whisker slope inn deputy and waited patiently for news from a trusted eunuch. Very quickly, the young eunuch respectfully led a young scholar-looking figure into the hall. The young eunuch obediently left the hall, closed the door, and waited outside. When they saw the young man in green, the three heads of the Directorate of Credentials immediately rose to greet him. They lowered their voices slightly and said with a smile, "Greetings, Lord Chen." The term husband was originally old Li Yang's way of speaking out of respect. It was specially used to address the big shots in the army or the ministers who held the power of the court. In the entire dynasty, there were probably only 7 or 8 people who were addressed this way. However, at that time, the Eastern Wei, Southern Tang, and several other dynasties that stood side by side with Liang still had national power. There was also the saying of husband, but it was extremely indecent. It was said that those men with delicate and pretty faces had delicate and pretty voices that were not inferior to those of orioles and swallows. Jiangnan had a culture of nurturing children and had a reputation of being a distinguished scholar. Among these, there was more or less a hint of ridicule towards Liang. In the Yonghui era after Liang swallowed up the Central Plains, the concept of the husband of Great Peace City gradually disappeared. After the year of the auspicious talisman, it rose up again, especially in the internal court. It was highly revered. When the eunuchs of the palace met some of the Liang officials who were able to travel in the forbidden grounds of the palace, they all liked to respectfully call them husband. This time, of course, no one dared to confuse Jiangbei and Jiangnan. In the eyes of the eunuchs, among the civil officials, not even one of the 6 ministers could receive this honor. Only the head of the Hall of Secretaries Qi Yanglong, the assistant minister of the Hall of Secretaries Zhao Yuling, the left servant of the Menxia province, Huan Wan, and the left servant of the scattered cavalry, Chen Wang, were worthy of being called husband by their surnames. The identity of the person in front of him was finally revealed. Chen Xiaobao, Chen Wang, was the best candidate for the next Grand Secretary of Liang. Chapter 1840. The head eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was a thin, kind-looking old man. If he changed his eye-catching red python robe into a Daoist robe, perhaps he would have the air of a transcendent being. He only sat down after Chen Wang had sat down. He did not hide the worry in his expression at all. His voice was sharp but not ear-piercing as he slowly said, "Is Lord Chen really going north of Yuzhou? Without Prime Minister Chen as our backbone, our hearts are in a mess." Chen Wang, who was traveling incognito, was leaving the capital this time. Only a handful of people in the capital had the right to know about this, and they could be counted on 2 hands. He smiled slightly and said, "Eunuch Lu, there is no need to worry. This time, I will send an imperial edict to Mount Qingliang. There won't be any mistakes." If it were someone else who gave such half-hearted consolation, no matter how good the head eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was at maintaining his composure, he would still secretly fly into a rage out of humiliation. However, since it was Chen Xiaobao who said this, the old eunuch truly felt a bit more at ease. In the official world, only smart people could become high-ranking officials. As a result, their words and actions were often full of mystery. It was hard for both sides of the conversation to not think deeply, wishing they could break a sentence into 8 parts and ponder it over, glorifying it by saying that they didn't have enough comprehension. This was especially true for the likes of the old Minister of Appointments Zhao Yuling and the Prime Minister of Yonghui, Yin Maochun. Who would dare to be careless when chatting with these extremely intelligent pillars of the court? Perhaps when they casually said, "Today's weather is not bad," the officials who heard it would chew on it for a long time, catching wind and making groundless accusations. How tiring was that? Of course, this kind of tiredness was still something many officials enjoyed. However, in a Liang court, there were still a few people who were different. Even in the Zhao family Wang of Great Peace City, where all the heroes of the world were in the net, some people still stood out from the crowd. For example, the old Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu, Tantanan, Huan Wan. Now, there was finally another Chen Wang in the year of auspicious talismans. When speaking to these 3 people, no matter how big or small the official title was, one didn't have to rack their brains to deal with them. In short, it was a very worry-free matter. The reason was very simple. These were true scholars and great officials. One could not rely on words to flatter them and would not be punished for their words. The 3 of them might not be saints of the official world, but even if they had desires, presumably not everyone could understand them. What were the so-called gains and losses in their realm? In that realm, they were In these years, the great peace city officialdom seemed to hold the meteoric rise of Jean Lanting in high esteem. However, as for the truth, perhaps Tantanon's slap in the face in his early years had already revealed the secret of heaven. Each mountain was taller than the other. Smart people would always meet smarter people. Just by relying on intelligence, it was easy to become an official, but not easy to become a high official. It was already difficult to become a minister who truly grasped the power of an area of the court. To become a grand secretary who led all the officials of the world was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Right now, the Jingdo officialdom was completely convinced. No matter how much they thought of this Chen Xiaobao, it would not be too much. Compared to Zhang Jiulu, who had once made Great Peace City tremble in fear, Chen Wang's disadvantage was that his reputation as a teacher was almost non-existent. He also did not have the legacy of both his teacher and father-in-law. After all, Chen Wang came from a humble background. Although his father-in-law was also a relative of the imperial family, in reality, he did not have much help. His advantage was that Chen Wang was fully deserving of being a close official of the Son of Heaven, a trusted aide that the current emperor had single-handedly supported. Most importantly, regardless of whether it was helping Yin Maochun manage the Beijing and local reviews, serving as the imperial tutor in the diligent room, or finally being promoted to the minister of the secretariat, Chen Wang's conduct and nature were all seen by the entire Great Peace City. Compared to the old Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu, who immediately showed off his ability after shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, Chen Wang always gave people the impression that he was as gentle and kind as jade. Deep down, he was not a person filled with aggression. To the civil officials of the court, this was undoubtedly great news. This meant that once Chen Wang became the head of the Minister of the Secretariat, the entire Liang officialdom would welcome a period of relatively stable peace. Even though there would still be conflicts in the officialdom, there would only be promotions and demotions. There would not even be that kind of miserable situation where one's career was sealed because of one person's hatred. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Right now, almost no one in the Liang officialdom understood why Chen Wang, who was rising step by step, wanted to become an official. Chen Wang had never personally said it, nor had he ever revealed such emotions. This time, when Chen Wang appeared in the carriages, the head eunuch of the Ribbon Insignia Directorate, Eunuch Lu, only realized it when he saw this left-scattered cavalry personal attendant. As for why Chen Xiaobao would secretly join the carriages, Eunuch Lu and the others all kept it a secret, not even daring to make wild guesses. That was why when Chen Wang said that he wanted to immediately leave the carriages and go their separate ways north, the three eunuchs looked at each other in dismay. Chen Wang's expression revealed a hint of absent-mindedness. After quickly gathering his thoughts, he said with a light laugh, "You three eunuchs might have forgotten that my hometown is in Beiliang's Yuzhou. Returning home in silken robes?" Eunuch Lu carefully probed, "Does Master Chen need several thousand Jingji cavalry to escort you?" Chen Wang waved his hand and said, "I don't even need a single rider to follow me. How could I dare to use official weapons for personal use?" Without waiting for Eunuch Lu to speak, the other old eunuch from the Ribbon Insignia Directorate said urgently, "Master Chen, you must not. Do not worry, Master Chen. If all the imperial bodyguards and Jingji cavalry were given to you, the three of us would not have the courage. After all, the dignity of the court cannot be lost. However, if you take away half of the people, I trust that no one will say anything. If anyone dares, we will pull out their tongue. Master Chen is the cornerstone of Liang. You must not be in any danger in Beiliang. Otherwise, the three of us will not have the face to return to the capital alive." The head eunuch Lu also nodded vigorously in agreement. Chen Wang smiled and said, "Eunuchs, the emperor has already personally requested someone to escort me back to my hometown." The three old eunuchs, who had spent most of their lives in the imperial palace of Great Peace City and were most skilled at biting words, were immediately shocked. Sincerely requested. Who in the world could make the emperor sincerely request someone to escort Chen Wang back to his hometown? Chai Qing-shan of the Dongyue sword pool clearly did not have this ability. The ancestor of the Wu family's sword tomb was probably also somewhat lacking. Chen Wang did not go too far. After telling the three eunuchs about some matters related to the imperial edict, he stood and left. After the three eunuchs in official robes personally sent Chen Wang out of the hall, they saw an unfamiliar young eunuch standing at the bottom of the steps. After looking closely, they still could not remember when the Directorate of Credentials had had such a junior. However, when Chen Wang saw him, he nodded slightly in greeting. The latter was unmoved. When the two turned to leave, the young eunuch's figure seemed to be slightly closer to the front. Not long after, a carriage quietly left the inn at Little Whisker Slope and headed north. Before Chen Wang boarded the carriage, he bowed to the coachman in thanks. "I have troubled you, sir." The young eunuch, who only wore an outer robe over the robes of an ordinary eunuch, had a cold expression. The carriage moved slowly. In less than half a mile, two riders stopped at the side of the road. One was an old man with a sword case on his back and a dignified aura. The other was a beautiful woman with a blade. They were the finger-profound realm expert Mi Fengjie, who had been personally recruited by the young vassal king into the Whispering Room. The other was Fan Shaochai, who was now like the sun in the midday sky. These two riders acted as retainers, following the carriage at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. At the next inn, a young Bailiang official carrying a jug of green ant wine boarded the carriage and sat across from Chen Wang. He looked at this regular attendant of the scattered left cavalry, who was about the same age as him. He looked at this Bailiang official, Chen Xiaobao, who held the highest position in the Liang imperial court. He raised the jug of wine in his hand and asked with a smile, "Sir Chen, would you like a drink?" Chen Wang's expression was calm as he shook his head. "No." He sighed in his heart. Good people do not come, but those who come do not come with good intentions. I reckon our prince will not be able to bear the consequences this time. No wonder he did not dare to personally come and run into a wall. Chapter 1841. Mi Fengjie, Fan Shaochai, and now Su Beiji. This was probably how important Chen Xiaobao was to the young vassal king. If not for the fact that the Second Battle of Liangmang had already begun, perhaps he would have added the Yuzhou general Huang Fushi. However, it was clear that this left-scattered cavalry officer didn't appreciate it very much. Along the way to the north, Chen Wang and Su Beiji did not have much interaction. So much so that even Su Beiji, a wonderful official who could joke around with anyone, had no choice but to borrow a post horse from a courier station. He might as well ride side by side with the two great spies of the Fu Shui room. Out of sight, out of mind. Before Su Beiji left, Su Fengnian did not ask him to accompany Chen Wang to his hometown in Yuzhou. He did not even reveal any intention of roping him in. He only gave Su Beiji one sentence: no matter what this person does in Yuzhou, ignore him. Su Beiji was naturally aware of the hidden relationship between Chen Wang and Bailiang. He had no objection to this. In fact, if it were someone else acting as a foil, they might have done something bad with good intentions. Bailiang's officialdom might never understand Su Fengnian's subtle attitude toward Chen Wang, a Bailiang scholar. They would also not know how much Chen Wang had contributed to Bailiang in the past 10 years. They would also not know how much Chen Wang was disappointed in Bailiang. Most importantly, this disappointment was not right or wrong. This was the most fatal. In the twilight, they passed by a small posthouse called Ru-yi. After Chen Wang got off the carriage, he walked into the posthouse with the taciturn young eunuch. Su Beiji and the other two also handed over their mounts to the courier to be sent to the stable to be fed. If nothing unexpected happened tonight, they would be staying here. Because Mi Fengjie had shown the Fu Shui Fong token, the Ru-yi posthouse was especially attentive. The food and accommodation were arranged according to the standard of a military officer. To the small and large posthouse in Bailiang, the spies of the Fu Shui Fong and the Fu Ying branch were rare guests. But as long as they revealed their identity, they were usually important military personnel and could not be neglected. According to the laws of Northern Liang, in a state of emergency, there were only 2 people who could mobilize the courier riders to pass on military intelligence or take over the military force of the courier station. Other than the general who commanded the entire army, there were only 2 people who could be spies. They were still about 2 days away from Chen Wang's hometown. Because Su Beiji didn't need to follow this Chen Xiaobao back to his hometown, this former Lingzhou provincial governor who was jokingly called Bailiang Chen Xiaobao once again brought a pot of green ant wine to find Chen Wang. It was very strange. Every time Chen Wang stayed in the courier station, he would choose to rest in the building. Although he could see far away, it was definitely not a good place to sleep. When Su Beiji found Chen Wang, he was standing by the window, looking into the distance. Only when Su Beiji found a simple and crude stool to sit down did Chen Wang come to his senses. He smiled apologetically and sat on the edge of the wooden bed that had been temporarily set up in the courier station. The bedding and other things that had been hastily prepared were brand new and clean. It was hard to imagine that a renowned Huangzi official, who was already in the center of power, would be living in such a narrow and dark place. At this time, Chen Wang was not some criminal who had been banished to the cold border by the court. Su Beiji shook the wine pot and asked with a smile, "You're not drinking?" "If you're not drinking, then I'll be drinking alone again." Chen Wang hesitated and then shook his head. "There are many banquets in the capital, but I rarely drink. With your wisdom, you should be able to understand the reason." Su Beiji smiled. "Haven't you really returned to your hometown?" Chen Wang still shook his head. "People like me are most afraid of the word 'what if'. As time passes, it becomes a habit. Sir, please forgive me." Su Beiji said helplessly, "No wonder there's only one Chen Xiaobao in Liang." Chen Wang made a rare joke. "Who is Bailiang's Chen Xiaobao?" Su Beiji took a sip of the green ant wine and wiped his mouth. "Even Sir Chen has heard of my name, Su Beiji?" Chen Wang nodded. "I hope you don't think it's an insult." Su Beiji said with a smile, "Although I don't feel honored, I don't think it's an insult to me, Su Beiji. I've only taken a sip of the wine, so it's not drunken talk. It's from the bottom of my heart." Chen Wang looked at this young Bailiang outsider who had experienced many hardships and laughed softly. "Sir, you have a lot of secret records in the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue. I've read them many times. Since you say this is your hometown, then I'll make an exception and say some drunken words while you're drunk. Ever since Jianghu, there's a new custom in the official circles of the capital. It's to arrange seats for the civil officials of Bailiang according to knowledge, ability, reputation, and family background. It's a local evaluation that the Ministry of Personnel can never interfere with. Sir is at the top of the list, followed by Deputy Administrator Song Dongming, Administrator Li Gongda, Chen Xiliang of Liuzhou, Governor Song Yan of Yuzhou, Mountain Master Huang Shang of Green Deer Cave Academy, Wang Shihua who was praised by Yao Baifeng as one of the 3 talented governors. Of course, there's an additional Sir White Lotus in the top ranks, but he's still behind you." Chen Wang paused for a moment and stared at the grandson of the king of Beimang's north courtyard who was slowly drinking the green ant wine. He slowly said, "So Sir's name in Great Peace City is far more well-known than you imagine. I once calculated that in the court meeting of the Cultivation Temple, the emperor personally mentioned Bailiang's civil officials more than anyone else. You once joked with the Minister of Personnel, Yin Maochun, that if you could be recruited into the capital in the 3rd year of Jianghu, then Yin Maochun wouldn't have to be on duty in the Ministry of Personnel for half a year in the 4th year of Jianghu." Su Beiji used a finger to wipe the wine at the corner of his mouth and said, "Su Fengnian is not honest. The Fu Shui room must have records of this, but he never mentioned it to me." Chen Wang smiled and asked, "Are you not going to ask why I am telling you this?" Su Beiji heroically said, "There's no need to ask. I know that Lord Chen isn't the type to persuade others. Presumably, Lord Chen also knows that I, Su Beiji, can't be a servant of 3 surnames. Working for that fellow surnamed Su from Mount Qingliang, it would be best if I could become the Northern Liangdao administrator while I'm still alive. That would already be the last bit of hope I have left. Chen Wang shook his head and said, Sir is wrong. I, Chen Wang, hope that you can go to Great Peace City. Su Beiji had just raised the wine pot and put it down. His eyes immediately became cold and sharp. He stared at Chen Xiaobao, who was said to be more useful than the head of the secretariat in the Liang officialdom. He smiled coldly and said, Official Chen is so dedicated to the country. It is indeed unexpected. Chen Wang said indifferently, in my view, without you, Beiliang can still defeat Beimeng. However, with the addition of Su Beiji, who is seen as the right arm of the king of Beiliang, in the Liang imperial court, the Central Plains will be greatly reassured. Su Beiji was shocked. Great Peace City is already so chaotic? Chen Wang did not speak. His expression was heavy. Su Beiji stood up and placed the wine pot, which still had half a pot of green ant left, on the chair. He turned around and said, Thank you, Official Chen, for your words. Some words, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, could cause ripples and reveal the whole picture of the sea. Chen Wang's words seemed to be directed at Su Beiji alone, but he was actually revealing the general situation in the capital, or rather, the entire Central Plains. How Beiliang would make a choice would be based on these words that clearly stated the bottom line of the Liang imperial court. Chen Wang did not rise to see him off, nor did he look at Su Beiji's back. He said something off-topic, help me pass on a message to the king of Beiliang. He should not have looked on coldly back then. Su Beiji stopped walking. If Fu Shui Room had acted on behalf of that woman back then, Official Chen would not have the chance to sit here today. Perhaps Official Chen does not know, but Liang's Zhao Go has been watching that woman for 12 whole years. It is even very likely that those Yuzhou nobles were secretly instigated and bewitched by Zhao Go. If Fu Shui Room had rashly interfered, Official Chen's identity would have been exposed. Beiliang's difficulties. After saying this, Su Beiji did not continue speaking. Saying more would be unnecessary. Chen Wang stood up and stood by the window, silent. Even after Su Beiji had left for a long time, Chen Wang continued to stare into the distance. He looked at this village with 1 eye, 2 eyes, 3 eyes, 100 eyes, 1,000 eyes, 10,000 eyes. He could not see her anymore. He could not see that when she was reading, when he raised his head, she was looking at him. Scholars were all heartless people, the most heartless of all. His eyes were hazy with tears, and his lips moved slightly. I, Chen Wang, only wished that I had not been nominated on the imperial roll back then, only wished that I had returned home in dejection. There was a well at the corner of the street outside the Rui post house. There was an enormous well on the well platform. It took 2 strong men to move a bucket of water. The young eunuch who had been Chen Wang's driver walked out of the post house alone. When he saw this well that was not commonly seen in the Central Plains, he did not move. He stared curiously at the large wheel. It was as though this crude object was more attractive than the majestic halls of the Great Peace Imperial Palace, the flowery imperial gardens, and the towering trees that were older than Liang. Not long after, a young man with a blade at his waist came to the well. The two were within 5 feet of each other. The person who came was on the verge of death. Even if he was Su Fengnian. Chapter 1842. The young eunuch continued to stare at the well wheels as though he did not realize there was an extra person beside him. An old man in cotton-padded clothes stepped out of a carriage that stopped at the end of the street. He looked into the distance, and then his footsteps became faster and faster. When the old man with blurred vision could vaguely make out the young eunuch's face, he actually started running. The old man, who was close to 70 years old, obviously did not run often, and his body was also very old. When he approached the well, he fell hard on his face, splashing up a cloud of dust. The old man with snow-white hair and eyebrows as white as frost did not get up, but crawled on the ground. When he raised his head to confirm the young eunuch's identity, he immediately burst into tears and kowtowed with all his might, choking and sobbing, "Father." The young eunuch only glanced down at the pitiful old man. He frowned as though he was trying to remember who the old man was. When he remembered, his brows slowly relaxed, but he did not speak in the end. After he frowned, and before his brows relaxed, the young eunuch standing casually by the well gave Fan Shaochai and Mi Fengjie, who were standing far away, an invisible pressure that made their souls tremble uncontrollably. Their faces were pale, and it was difficult for them to hold on. As the young eunuch's brows relaxed, the two seemed to be bathed in the spring breeze, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The two grandmasters of the Whispering Room, who had always thought of the young eunuch as an ordinary palace expert, finally saw through the secrets of the heavens. The young eunuch who acted as Great Peace City's driver for Chen Xiaobao was definitely a first-rate person in the world, and very likely to be among the immortals of the land. Otherwise, he would not have returned to his natural state, and his physical body was one with the world. The old man kneeling on the ground had an extraordinary identity. He was the chief eunuch of the capital who had escorted Gao Shulu to Guangling Road to deal with Chao Chongqing. Zhao Saiku, a remnant of Dongyue. He had once been a pawn Zhao Chongling had placed in Liyang. After the important hidden pawn became a pawn that no one cared about, Zhao Saiku focused on climbing up the ranks of the 24 bureaus of the Great Peace City Imperial Palace. He had never done anything wrong in his life and was favored by the Zhao family. He had been in charge of the Directorate of Credentials and the Directorate of Treasures. He was good friends with the master of the current Directorate of Ceremonies, Song Tonglu. After Song Tonglu became the leading eunuch in the world, he did not care for his master, and only treated Zhao Saiku with respect. Zhao Saiku had been in charge of the Directorate of Credentials for 8 years. In his decades of service, he had never made a mistake. Therefore, he was deeply trusted by the 3 generations of Zhao emperors. Otherwise, Liang would not have given him full authority to take over Gao Shulu, who had a celestial body but had been sealed in the mountains for 400 years. The martial divisions of the Jianghu in the past 400 years, especially the 4 realms, were all Gao Shulu's handiwork. If the chief eunuch responsible for delivering the edict to Liang, Eunuch Lu, had encountered Zhao Saiku, who was of high seniority in the palace, he would have had to retreat to the wall and stand with his hands tied. But at this moment, Zhao Saiku was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing desperately to a young eunuch who looked old enough to be his grandson. He kept calling out the words, "Father." After eunuchs cut off their descendants and entered the palace, the first thing they would do was to recognize a senior as their adoptive father or master. Their respect was far greater than that of their biological father. This eunuch who eventually became the head eunuch of Zhao Diao Temple was no exception. However, Zhao Saiku had recognized 2 masters in his life. The second master worked in the Imperial Horse Directorate and did not have a high position. He was a familiar face in the Imperial Palace in the capital and had died in the Talisman of Eternal Peace. It could be said that he was extremely honored to have such a promising disciple like Zhao Saiku. However, Zhao Saiku's first master had long been forgotten. Zhao Saiku himself had never mentioned a word to anyone. The reason Su Fengnian came to Yuzhou this time was that Zhao Saiku, who had been enjoying his retirement in the Green Deer Cave Academy, suddenly came down the mountain and said that he had a great secret to tell him, the young vassal king. After Zhao Saiku hurried to Mount Qingliang, he told Su Fengnian about his father, a strange eunuch whom he had inexplicably kowtowed to when he first entered the palace. That eunuch did not seem very old at the time. At the time, Zhao Saiku only thought that it was because he was a native of Liang and had entered the palace early. At that time, the eunuch whom Zhao Saiku respectfully addressed as father was already very strange. It seemed that there was not a single place in the palace where father could not wander. Zhao Saiku had once followed this young master to purchase blankets and beds for the imperial family, to sweep and add lamp oil to the imperial ancestral temple, to put up yellow plaques for the Shenwu Gate in the north during the Double Ninth Festival, and to go to the treasury of the Minister of Treasures to wipe the seals of various generals. 5 years later, after the annexation of the Central Plains, Li Yang's rightful position began to stabilize. Zhao Saiku's master began to fade out of sight. Even Zhao Saiku, who had gradually risen to a high position, could not find any trace of him. There was not a single record of his master in the archives of the imperial household. His surname, hometown, when he entered the palace, and his work history were all absent. It was as if this person had never appeared in the imperial palace of Great Un City. The last time Zhao Saiku saw father was the night before he left the palace, when he returned to his residence from the forbidden grounds of the palace where Gao Shulu's body was sealed. In the moonlight, he saw a blurry figure flash by. But the old Martin Temple was incomparably certain that this figure was his first master, the true guide of the imperial palace of Great Un City, a eunuch whose surname he did not even know. But Zhao Saiku only had the simplest of feelings for this father of his, this master who he could not find any clues about even after painstakingly flipping through the secret archives of the imperial palace of Great Un City. That was to repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Perhaps in the eyes of the young eunuch, the white-haired Zhao Saiku was just an insignificant passerby in his gloomy and heavy life. But Zhao Saiku's howls as he lay on the ground were sincere and genuine. Chapter 1843. Su Fengnian did not know the true background of this eunuch, but compared to the old eunuch Zhao Siku, who was more of an official, Su Fengnian's status as a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation helped him grasp some key points. Therefore, his first question was very shocking. Back then, were you the one who persuaded the invincible Wang Xianji to retreat to a corner of the eastern sea and not leave Wuwu City easily? The young and elegant eunuch, who looked like a young man, turned a deaf ear to him. He bent down slightly and turned the wheel. The creaking sound was particularly obvious in the quiet evening street, where only the occasional sound of chickens crowing and dogs barking could be heard in the distance. Su Fengnian said to himself, I was very curious before. Why didn't the half-inch tongue Ben Shi, who knew that the rabbit was already dead, make a mad counterattack before his death? If the officials of West Chu, who had passed through the palace 3 times, were unable to kill the late Emperor Zhao Zhuan because Great Peace City still had Cat-Man Han Shengxian on the surface, Lu Haoshi in the dark, Gu Jiantang in the Ministry of War, and the group of immortals from Mount Long who worshipped in the imperial astronomer. Then why did Chao Chongqing, who had changed from Confucianism to tyranny, not directly enter the city to kill the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, when he faced only the defeated Chai Qingshan and Xianyuan Qingfeng? I couldn't figure it out. The last time I entered the capital, I didn't feel any trace of your aura. However, after Huyan Daguan, who had broken into Great Peace City, arrived in Beiliang, he said something similar to Hong Shixiang, reminding me that the Zhao family of Liang might still have a hidden trump card. So this time, when Zhao Siku found me and mentioned you to me, I began to understand the reason. After seeing you with my own eyes, my guess was confirmed. Su Fengnian waved his hand, indicating for Mei Fengjie and Fan Shaochai to retreat as far away as possible. He looked at the young eunuch who fit the vision of proving the true meaning and returning to youth in the Taoist scriptures and smiled. Do you know how I feel when I see you? Su Fengnian asked and answered his own question. If one day you were in a small place outside of Great Peace City, you might suddenly see a child happily eating candied haws on the side of the road and discover that person was the strongest person at the time. This would probably be the feeling, slightly absurd and also slightly depressing. The young eunuch straightened his back and twitched the corner of his mouth. He seemed to find the young king's words interesting. The young eunuch did not move. He who was lying on the ground, on's back. He was like riding a cloud. And then he flew up to the end of the street. Could be said to have reached perfection. Facing this person, Su Fengnian felt like facing Wudong's chief Wang Zhonglo before he started practicing martial arts. It was like facing the aggressive Han Shengxian outside Shenwu City. It was also like facing Wang Xianji when he was at the peak of his power and entering Beiliang. Su Fengnian knew that if he had not been severely injured by Tuoba on the Dragon Eye Plain, the two of them would have had a 50-50 chance of winning. But now, if the two of them were to fight to the death, he would lose without a doubt and die without a doubt. Of course, his opponent would also die. Because this was Beiliang, not Great Peace City in Liang. Su Fengnian said slowly, Lone Yin does not last long. In this world, only the chi of the dragon is strong and young. That is why you are able to do something unprecedented and achieve immortality in the human world. The young eunuch did not speak, but a sound came from the bottom of the well. It was very pleasing to the ear. It was like someone was tapping the surface of the water with their fingers and playing a piece of heavenly music that lingered endlessly. Since you have already seen through the mystery, then you should know that I am the one with immortality in Sui and City. If I leave Sui and City, I am not truly immortal. I believe this is also why you did not immediately retreat after seeing me. Su Fengnian nodded. Then he said in bewilderment, Sui and City? That is an old story from a very long time ago. The young eunuch turned his head to look in the direction of Great Peace City. This time, the sound came from the rolling of the wheels. When Liang was founded, I was already serving in the palace of Sui and City. At that time, the place where the Zhao family stood had not yet been renamed Great Peace City. In these 200 years, I have seen a lot of life and death. Those who sat on the dragon throne and those who wanted to sit on the dragon throne, those who studied, those who carried swords and armor, all died. Even their grandson's grandson died. I am still alive. Hearing such a shocking legend, even Su Fengnian felt that it was inconceivable. It was not easy for martial artists to ascend. There was also a saying that immortality was only in the heavens. This meant that it was impossible to achieve immortality in the human world. Even if one ascended to the realm of immortals on earth, unless one was like Hong Shixiang who had voluntarily died and reincarnated, the great Tao of heaven and earth would not allow such an unconventional existence in the human world. Plants withered and flourished. Life, old age, illness, and death were the natural laws. For this reason, Buddhists abandoned their physical bodies and went to the Western Pure Land of Buddha. Daoists did not practice and naturally only wanted to become a person on the mountain. Tracing back to the origin, there were gains and losses. It was not easy for the long-lived people in the world, like Wudang Mountain's immortal Song Jiming, to live for 200 years. The reason why Lu Songtao was able to live longer than Song Jiming was because he had drawn a prison on Mount Lantua and was no different from a living dead. Compared to the person in front of him, who was of the same age as the country, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Seeing through Su Fengnian's doubts, the young eunuch closed his mouth and said, I am not a cultivator. I have never thought about ascending. Life and death are only in this world. Su Fengnian asked directly, then did the ancestors of the Zhao family make an oath with you? They want you to protect the descendants of the Zhao family and the throne of Liang? The young eunuch shook his head. His voice rose in the autumn wind. The emperors of the Zhao family know of my existence, but they may not be able to see me. I need to absorb the chi of dragon to nourish my chi and blood essence so that I can live forever. However, it is inconvenient for me to see the real body of the flood dragon at close range. Moreover, the young eunuch finally showed a smile for the first time. His tone also lost some of its murderousness. Moreover, it is one thing for a thief to sneakily take things and put them in his bosom, but if he openly appears in front of the owner of the stolen item, he is too shameless. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. The young eunuch sat at the mouth of the well. He did not sit upright, nor did he have a lazy attitude. He was just so natural and casual. In the distance, the old eunuch who had already left Great Peace City and lived in seclusion in the mountains of Beiliang prayed in his heart. Please don't fight. There was an old saying in the marketplace that even the gods could not stop. It was used to describe the difficulty of certain matters. But the two people in the eyes of the old eunuch were the ones who could not be stopped. It was more likely that they could stop the gods. Chapter 1844. Ever since I entered the palace, I've never left Sui and city. I've only shown my face once in a while. I haven't fought many people, and even fewer people remember me. In recent decades, that scholar Cao Chongqing has been very. The young eunuch suddenly fell silent, as if he didn't know how to describe the spirited scholar from West Chu in his memory. In the end, the young eunuch didn't make a final conclusion for Cao Chongqing from West Chu. He just brushed it off and raised his head to look at Su Fengnian. For the first time, he truly asked, "Will you usurp the throne and become the emperor?" Su Fengnian said frankly, "Because of Su Shao, I won't be the emperor. But if my master can live another 10 years after Su Shao leaves, I will fight for him." The young eunuch stared into Su Fengnian's eyes and nodded. "You and I are both sincere." Su Fengnian, the king of Beiliang, was sincere in speaking frankly. The eunuch's sincerity was to leave the capital and come to Beiliang of his own accord. At the time, Su Fengnian was slaughtering people both inside and outside the imperial astronomer. The young eunuch probably didn't do anything because the situation in the Central Plains at the time wasn't enough for Beiliang to decide the fate of the world. As expected, the young eunuch smiled. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you leave when I was in the capital." Su Fengnian smiled. "It wasn't easy for you to keep me at the time." The young eunuch thought for a moment. "At the time, Hong Shixiang's remnant soul was by your side, and Dong Tai was watching the battle. It really wasn't easy." The young eunuch extended a hand. Su Fengnian also took the opportunity to sit at the mouth of the well. The young eunuch sighed. "There are fewer and fewer people who can sit down and reason things out peacefully. I've seen many people with my own eyes. The higher the official position, the greater the military power, the harder it is for them to control their hearts. Almost all the emperors of Liang are like this." Su Fengnian smiled. "When you say these words, there is no killing intent, but killing intent. That's not very appropriate, is it?" The young eunuch said with a composed expression, "Am I not talking about myself?" Su Fengnian said helplessly, putting aside martial strength, "You and I have met our match." The young eunuch raised his head. In the twilight, he saw dark clouds hanging low, as if a storm was coming. He turned his head and looked at Su Fengnian. "In Great Peace City, in the past few decades, I have seen the young Su Shao and Zhang Jiulu. I didn't like them very much." Su Shao, who had entered the palace for the first time, was still a surplus general at that time. From head to toe, he exuded a sharp aura of killing gods and Buddhas. Zhang Jiulu, who had served as the Huangmen of the Hanlin Academy for many years, walked in the ranks of the imperial court retreating. Even if his rank was very low at that time, you would still see the arrogance of the world from him. I knew that Cao Chongqing had entered the palace 3 times, but he did not appear. In comparison, I find Huan Wen more pleasing to the eye. He is a very smart person, but he pretended to be a fool his entire life and was always kind to others. So I met him alone twice in the palace, about 20 or 30 years apart. The second time, he still recognized me at a glance, but pretended not to. He just smiled and greeted me. Of the past emperors of Liang, the current young emperor, Zhao Zhuan, can be considered the most generous. Of course, this is only in comparison to his father and ancestors. Hearing this quietly, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "So that's why you have this trip to Beiliang?" The young eunuch shook his head and said, "As long as the surname is Zhao, it doesn't matter whether I am Zhao Zhuan or not." The young eunuch then said flatly, "Unfortunately, your surname is Su, not Zhao." As these words were said, a drizzle began to fall on the street. The contours of the stone street seemed to soften. This well was located at the corner of the street in front of the post house, so Chen Wang could just see the scene from the top of the post house. Although it was dark and rainy, Chen Wang still recognized the identity of the young man who had appeared beside the well. Chen Wang hesitated for a moment, but still walked down from the post house. However, Before he could walk out of the gate, he found that Su Beiji was already sitting on the threshold, blocking his way. Su Beiji picked up a jug of wine from somewhere and seemed to be talking to himself. He said he wouldn't come, but he came. In the end, he didn't even see the person in question. It seems that this usually ordinary coachman is not ordinary. Chen Wang said in a low voice, Su Beiji, you better not block my way. That person's cultivation is definitely beyond your imagination. Even your prince can't imagine it. Su Beiji's expression was normal as he took a sip of wine. Oh. Su Beiji, perhaps Su Fengnian doesn't need to fear anyone in the world, but the person he is facing right now is an exception. Chen Wang's tone was anxious. It was obvious that it was no small matter to make Chen Xiaobao, who was known for his steadiness, lose his composure. Su Beiji turned his head and asked with a smile, do you want to drink some wine to calm your nerves? Chen Wang almost cursed out loud, but seeing those clear eyes, Chen Wang sighed heavily and took the jug, taking a big gulp of green ant wine. Chapter 1845. Su Beiji didn't take the wine pot that Chen Wang handed back to him. Instead, he looked at the end of the street again and muttered, I fought with that guy from Beimang all the way back to Beiliang. During that time, I narrowly escaped death many times. For example, I was blocked by the 5th raccoon of Bubang Mountain, but I never doubted that I could make it to Beiliang alive. Deep in my heart, I always felt that as long as I was by that guy's side, even if the sky fell, he would be the first to go up. In short, he would die first, then we would die. Su Beiji grinned. Just like how this guy won't tell me how much the Liang Imperial Court values me, I won't tell him either. Suddenly, Su Beiji slapped his thigh. Damn it! That time when I arm-wrestled with Zhong Hongwu in Lingzhou's Dragon Eye County, I was so drunk that I passed out. It was this guy who carried me back. Don't tell anyone about the drunken talk. Chen Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're still thinking about this kind of thing at a time like this? At this time, Chen Wang remembered that in the Ministry of Revenue's files, there was a trivial matter about Su Beiji that was easy to overlook. In Beiliang, Su Fengnian and Su Beiji, who were close friends, actually never called each other brothers. However, Su Fengnian was a persimmon, while Su Beiji was a tangerine. If it wasn't just in Beiliang, but in the imperial court, the relationship between the two could probably be called a model of a ruler and his minister. Chen Wang thought of the current emperor. He smiled knowingly. He also sat on the threshold and began to drink. It was a very unfamiliar taste. After all, he hadn't drunk this kind of hometown wine for more than 10 years. But he still felt that Beiliang's hometown had raised him, and Liang Imperial Court had recognized his worth. There was no way to have the best of both worlds, and not let down one's family and country. Would he let them both down in the end? Just like how he let her down? Chen Wang suddenly raised his head and finished the green ant wine in the pot in one gulp. Su Beiji suddenly laughed. Master Chen, actually, maybe there will be a day when you return to your roots. Chen Wang gripped the wine pot tightly and said softly, I'm not going back anymore. Regrets in the world often begin with the word goodbye. And the most fortunate things in the world would only happen when they truly meet again. Unfortunately, there were many regretful things and few fortunate things. Chen Wang repeated, I'm not going back anymore. The young eunuch slowly stood up and pressed one hand on the wheel of the well. Your father, Zhang Jiulu, Chao Chongqing, and you, as well as those old people from the previous dynasty who have long been forgotten by people before Li Yang, are actually the same kind of people. I don't like any of you, but if I ask myself honestly, the reason I don't like you is that I envy you. The young eunuch fell into reminiscence. A few years after Li Yang was founded, the diligent room that taught the children of the Zhao family existed for a few years. A long time ago, I admired scholars very much, so I often went there to listen to the sound of reading. I've forgotten a lot of the content, but I don't know why, but I still remember some of it. The wind and rain are bleak, the wind and rain are whistling, the wind and rain are gloomy, seeing the gentleman. Seeing the gentleman. After the young eunuch came back to his senses, he looked down at the young king who was still sitting on the well and said with a smile, "In my heart, Chao Chongqing and the others are gentlemen, and so are you. So whether you live or die, I'm very happy." The rain on the street was getting heavier and heavier, and the young eunuch's smile was getting thicker. Perhaps being regarded as a gentleman by an unknown eunuch is not something to be happy about, right? Su Fengnian stood up. Of course, being regarded as a gentleman is something to be happy about. But seeing you, I'm not happy. The young eunuch smiled and said, "If you're not happy, let's fight." Su Fengnian smiled and replied, "That's exactly what I want. It's better not to talk about things that can be solved with fists. If we can't fight, we can sit down and continue to reason." The young eunuch praised, "No wonder you said that your skin is thick. I've seen it." Su Fengnian raised his head and looked at the gray sky. "Someone once taught me that walking the Jianghu, one must be thick-skinned to be popular." At this moment, Fan Xiaochai in the distance seemed to be unable to bear being reduced to a spectator. She slowly unsheathed the cold knife at her waist and began to run madly in the rain. Mei Fengjie could not stop her. If one took a closer look, they would notice that Fan Xiaochai's clothes were dripping with rainwater. Although it seemed light, Fan Xiaochai's body was originally leaning forward, but after a dozen steps, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He was forced to bend his back and charge forward. On this street, every drop of rain represented a true meaning. Bit by bit, blood began to flow out of Fan Xiaochai's 7 orifices, but this stubborn woman continued to charge madly forward. Every step she took made the ground more and more oppressive and stagnant. With his back to Fan Xiaochai, Su Fengnian casually waved his sleeve, and she was immediately sent flying backward and crashed into a wall. Her back was pressed against the wall, and some of the blood and rain slid down. Mei Fengjie turned back to look at Fan Xiaochai, who had returned. His eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. The young eunuch stretched out his arm and opened his palm. All the raindrops that fell on his palm did not turn into rain. Instead, they bounced up one by one. They did not bounce up in a straight line either, but instead flew in an arc and finally gathered into a circle. The young eunuch smiled. "I'm actually not very good at fighting, but I've never lost." This time, Su Fengnian directly pressed his left hand against the cold knife at his waist. "I'm not as old as you, but I've definitely fought more than you. And I have never died." Having never lost, of course there was a domineering aura in the ordinary. Having never died, on the other hand, sounded like a joke, but it was absolutely impossible to laugh. On a small street, there were 2 land immortals. One was the youngest, and the other was the oldest. Because of the difference in age, there was a difference of several hundred years. The wind and rain were dark, and a gentleman could be seen. But they still had to fight. The old eunuch could not help but have the urge to curse. Didn't they say that gentlemen use their words and not their fists? Chapter 1846. The rain was as soft as silk, like a graceful beauty slowly weaving a bead curtain. The navy blue ball of water in the young eunuch's hand was suspended in the air, rising and falling slightly. Lightning flashed faintly, as if a fire dragon was swimming. Su Fengnian's pupils constricted as he gripped the hilt of his blade. Thunder. Was there anyone in the world who could wield thunder? But it was not strange for this eunuch, who was skilled at retaining his youthful appearance. At this moment, the young eunuch no longer had his previous gentle aura. Facing Su Fengnian, who was standing 5 feet away, his face was solemn and his eyes were as black as ink. It was like a flood dragon looking at a python. There was both disdain and contempt in his eyes, but it also contained a thunderous rage. Before this, when the 2 of them were discussing Dao from the bottom of a well, the young eunuch did not seem like a martial grandmaster who could make Jianghu tremble with a stomp of his foot. Instead, he seemed like a young private tutor. He was serious, rigid, and antisocial. But when he talked and acted with those he liked, he could be described as a modest gentleman with a restrained edge. But the more this kind of person was abnormal, the more terrifying it was. It was like when Wang Xianji, who claimed to be the second in the world, suddenly declared that he would be the first. In those 60 years, naturally, whoever stood in his way would die. Perhaps all the heroes of Jianghu, including Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing, who would shine brightly in the future, would die early. Another example was when Hong Shixiang, after leaving the mountain, really became angry. What would happen? It would be unimaginable. Perhaps Su Fengnian, who was determined to kill, could be counted. So, Hong Jingyan died right under Tuoba's nose. The Liang eunuch in front of him, whose name was unknown, was exactly like this. His 5 fingers slightly contracted, and the thunder in his hand instantly seeped into his palm and disappeared. But his entire arm suddenly showed the strange scene of a fire dragon lingering around. The young eunuch breathed slowly. 7 thin white breaths faintly came in and out of his 7 orifices. On his white jade-like face, it was like 7 white snakes were hanging upside down. At the same time, Su Fengnian had not only unsheathed his sword, but his body also spun forward in an instant. His feet left the ground, his sleeves fluttering, he simply chopped at the young eunuch. The latter only raised the arm that had swallowed a heavenly thunder and clamped the cold saber that contained Su Fengnian's abundant divine will between 2 fingers. 2 fingers pinched the white rainbow. Between his fingers, sparks of electricity sputtered wildly, illuminating the young eunuch's face. Su Fengnian, who seemed to have opened the heavenly eye between his eyebrows, silently chanted, open shoe style. The tip of the blade that was pointed at the young eunuch's forehead suddenly released a stream of vigorous energy that was as thick as an arm. The young eunuch tilted his head. Even though the attack was close, and even though the stellar energy was as powerful as a ballista, he was still able to easily dodge it. Only a few strands of hair that had been cut off by the sharp qi slowly fell into the rain. As the young eunuch tilted his head, his free left hand moved as fast as lightning towards Su Fengnian's chest. He had once heard those learned scholars in the diligent room of the palace say that there were strong winds every year in the southeast that could uproot mountains and shake city towers. Su Fengnian was struck in the chest by a punch. He seemed to be unmoved, but the purple-red date mark between his eyebrows wavered and rippled. It turned out that this punch did not harm the body, but the spirit. The young eunuch, who had succeeded in his punch, said softly, abandon the saber. As these 2 words left his mouth, he changed his fist into a palm and slammed it against Su Fengnian's chest. Under this palm, Su Fengnian's entire robe trembled violently. The jade pendant hanging from his waist suddenly shattered and turned to dust. Su Fengnian still held the cold saber in his left hand, unmoving. The young eunuch frowned slightly. He wanted to move his arm that had been holding the cold saber with 2 fingers. He took 2 steps forward, and then slapped on Su Fengnian's forehead. Su Fengnian's whole body slid out. His feet plowed a gully of more than 10 feet on the ground of the small street. It was just that the farther he was from the young eunuch, the shallower the gully became. The rain behind Su Fengnian was squeezed by the majestic qi, hanging slanted and clearly visible. Su Fengnian took 1 step back and 1 step forward to stabilize his body. His feet gently stepped on the surface of the bluestone street, like 2 lotus flowers on a pond. The young eunuch was slightly surprised, but then he felt relieved. The young king still pulled out the cold saber made of ordinary material from between his 2 fingers. Tonight's battle in the rain between the 2 was a battle of wills between people of high cultivation realms. Whether one had a weapon or not was not the key to victory or defeat. Moreover, this cold saber was not a divine weapon. It might even be a burden. But the young king was so persistent in not giving up the saber. It must be because there was a deep-rooted thought in this person's heart that was entrusted to this saber. Perhaps the cold saber in his hand had extraordinary meaning, or perhaps all the Baoyang sabers in his hand were enough to hold. Which one it was very simple. He just needed to break the cold saber in his hand to identify it. The young eunuch raised his arm and waved it casually. The raindrops connected into a line, and finally condensed into a 3-foot-long sword of will. Su Fengnian, who had learned all of Li Chuangong's essence, was no stranger to borrowing swords. On the contrary, it was the Grandmaster who was most familiar with this matter in Jianghu. If Su Fengnian claimed to be second, perhaps even the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, who had achieved Dao through swordsmanship, would be embarrassed to claim to be first. But at this moment, when Su Fengnian saw this scene, it was as if a strange scene that he had never seen before unfolded in front of him. Chapter 1847. This was not necessarily because the young eunuch was of a higher level. Both sides were celestial beings, and there was no difference in strength. But the young eunuch's actions were extraordinarily bold. Even though they were enemies, they had to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. If one were to say that the old man's method of borrowing a sword, whether it was borrowing a real sword from another person or borrowing sword intent from the world, it had the presence that Li Chungang could return it if he wanted to, and not return it if he wanted to. Even the heavens could not do anything to him. Then this young eunuch had taken a different path. He did not fight with the heavens and the earth, and only created for himself between the heavens and the earth. This was like how Li Chungang could not do it, but his talent was too great, so he was very lazy. But the young eunuch was diligent. The rain around Su Fengnian seemed to pause for a moment, and then his figure flashed away. The young eunuch closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the rain. Then he casually swung his sword behind him. The 3 feet of rain disappeared after the swing of the sword. The young eunuch drew another sword from the rain, this time to the side of his left hand. One sword after another. The rain did not lessen, and the rain did not stop. The young eunuch had already swung the 3-foot sword 60 times. Su Fengnian still did not appear. If not for the fact that the young eunuch had not stopped swinging his sword in all directions, Fan Shaochai and Mei Fengjie might have thought that the young king had left the street. The young eunuch had a relaxed expression, and still had the energy to speak as he swung his sword. In my mind, other than Lu Dongxian, whose existence represents the peak of the world, Gao Shulu, Li Chungang, and Wang Xianji are invincible when they are at their peak. They are not always invincible. For example, when Li Chungang returned to the Jianghu, when he was on the banks of the Guangling River, and when Wang Xianji was in Martial Emperor City of the Eastern Sea and not in Beiliang, even if I was in Great Peace City, I was not a match for them. I fear that only Ancestor Lu could match them, and the two sides would fight to their heart's content, each with a chance of victory. As for you, Su Fengnian, in the end, you are still lacking. In fact, as long as you don't abandon your previous life, you can also reach that height. It's just that you don't want to live under someone else's roof, so you destroyed your own destiny. Otherwise, who would be able to stop Su Fengnian from doing as he pleased? How difficult would it be to kill Emperor Zhao Zhuan and then live a carefree life in the martial world? Whether or not Beiliang can stop Beimang's million-strong cavalry has nothing to do with you enjoying the Empyrean sorrow forgetting all by yourself. The young king did not appear, nor did he answer. The young eunuch with an imposing aura didn't seem to mind and lightly waved his sleeve. The world fell silent. Just like that, the rain that covered the sky and covered the earth on the side street completely stopped. On the bluestone slabs, the rainwater no longer flowed downwards. Su Fengnian, who had nowhere to hide, was standing under a roof at the end of the street, like a passerby taking shelter from the rain. The young eunuch stretched out his hand, bent his index finger, and gently flicked a drop of rainwater hovering above his head. The phenomenon collapsed. The rain continued to pour down. He looked at the young king in the distance, who had an equally serene expression. The cold blade in his hand had long been fragmented, and he was only relying on his will to condense it. He asked curiously, "You have the mystic understanding realm cultivation base of an earth immortal, plus you have 300,000 iron cavalry in your hands, why are you so unsatisfied?" Su Fengnian slowly put his blade back into its sheath. Everyone in Mount Qingliang knew that no matter when or where this king appeared in the public sight, almost everyone would hang their cold blade. Many people didn't think deeply about the reason. After the Battle of the Dragon Eye Plain, after the death of Qi Danghua, Su Fengnian only took out his blade when he was sleeping. He didn't want to be empty-handed the next time someone needed him to save them. Perhaps with his current cultivation base, there was no difference whether he had a blade or not. But Su Fengnian still insisted. Under the roof, the young king walked down the steps and finally spoke. People live in this world, and do everything according to their heart's will. How is it different from the heartless plants that grow in the sun? You don't feel proud for the people you care about, and you don't live so happily. It seems sullen, but isn't it a kind of happiness? At least there are people who are worth your sacrifice. Zhang Jiulu is for the common people, Chao Chongqing is for the woman in his heart, my master Li Shan is for the people of Beiliang, Su Shao is for the children. Su Fengnian finally asked with a smile, do you have them? The young eunuch's face changed slightly, and his eyes were cold. He stomped his feet and said in a deep voice, come out of the dragon. In the well, a water dragon as thick as the mouth of the well crazily rushed out. It went straight to Su Fengnian. The young eunuch, who was most familiar with the operation of heaven and earth, knew it best. Ancestor Lu was still young when he reincarnated, Wang Xianji had already ascended, and Li Chungang had become a thing of the past. Now Su Fengnian was far from returning to the peak, so he was the real first person in the world. It was absolutely not like what Su Fengnian joked that a child eating sugar-coated haws on the street could become his opponent. His enemy was only in the sky, not in the world. Su Fengnian lowered his head and glanced at the cold blade on his waist. He took a breath, squatted down, and put his palm on the street. He closed his eyes, and didn't know why. Then he stood up, and Su Fengnian began to run forward. The rain splashed, and lotus flowers bloomed with every step. The young eunuch suddenly shouted angrily, Su Fengnian, how dare you? Su Fengnian went forward. Behind him, there was a cavalry, armored horses, and Beiliang heroes. Although they were dead, their souls were still there. You want to use the fate of Zhao to reduce Beiliang's fate? Then come. On the battlefield, the souls of Beiliang's fallen heroes were all facing north and south. Chapter 1848. If the young eunuch looked at Su Fengnian before, he was like a flood dragon that walked into the sea and looked down at a giant python that was entrenched in the deep mountains and big lakes. But at this moment, facing the iron horse behind the young lord, this strange eunuch who was the same age as the king showed an expression of facing a formidable enemy for the first time. The great grandmasters of Jianghu were fighting for Qi, while the emperors of the human world were fighting for fate. Coincidentally, they met on this street. Although neither of them were monarchs, the young eunuch relied on the fate of the Zhao family of Liang to cultivate the celestial being state. As the eldest son of the Su family of Beiliang, Su Fengnian was closely related to the rise and fall of the Liang dynasty. Therefore, both sides had both. The street leading to Rui Courier Station was north-south. At this time, Fan Shaochai and Mi Fengjie were standing at the end of the street. The young eunuch stood beside the well at the intersection. Chen Wang and Su Beiji were standing at the entrance of the station. They could only vaguely see the young eunuch's figure through the gloomy rain. For the time being, they could not find Su Fengnian's trace. They only saw a water dragon as thick as a giant tree gushing out of the well. It leaped high beside the young eunuch and then pounced on him. The dragon's body was so long that it seemed to have no end. Su Beiji asked with a smile, green dragon out of water? What's the relationship between this eunuch and the cat Han Shengxian? Chen Wang frowned and pondered. He did not speak. Su Beiji slowly got up, closed his eyes and opened them repeatedly. He murmured, this world is a bit strange. Chen Wang said softly, Taoism and Buddhism have been known as Fangzhong since ancient times. It is said that the land of Fangzhong was divided into the three pure holy lands and the Western Buddhist kingdom. Living in it, each has supreme supernatural power. Like a general in the battlefield, they can predict the enemy's moves and have the advantage of time and place. Su Beiji said worriedly, according to what you said, the guy surnamed Su is obviously in his own territory, but the eunuch took away his advantage? Chen Wang did not answer the question. The small street is not a suitable place for a large group of warhorses to gallop. Why are there such dense and heavy hoofbeats? Su Beiji stood up and looked up. Don't misunderstand. That fellow surnamed Su wouldn't go so far as to scheme against you, much less mobilize the Yuzhou cavalry. Besides, would martial arts grandmasters at mystical realm like them need the help of the world's cavalry? It's meaningless. Chen Wang nodded. On the small street, just as Su Fengnian was about to collide with the water dragon, the young eunuch with a gloomy expression sighed and reached out his hand. For some reason, he pressed down on the wheel of the well. In the blink of an eye, there was no more rain between heaven and earth. The originally dark sky seemed to have cleared up a little, as if time had reversed. Su Beiji realized that he was still sitting on the doorstep. Chen Wang shook the wine pot in his hand. He had clearly finished the green ant wine, but there was still half a pot left. Mei Fengjia's face was blank. Fan Shaochai lowered his head and looked. His clothes were intact and undamaged. The old eunuch, Zhao Siku, stood at the end of the street, completely confused. Su Fengnian had unknowingly returned to his seat on the well. It was as if he had never stood up and had never engaged in a fierce battle with the young eunuch in the rain. As the old saying goes, the thunder is loud but the rain is small. This time, it was simply loud thunder but no rain. But in reality, that was not the case. For example, the cold blade at Su Fengnian's waist was indeed in pieces. The young eunuch's expression was complicated as he snorted coldly. Su Fengnian smiled. I knew you wouldn't dare to fight with your life on the line. The young eunuch was puzzled. When did you know that all of this was in my spiritual sense? Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. When it was raining, I sensed that something was wrong. When I truly understood it, it was when I grabbed a handful of rainwater from the street. The young eunuch said with a stern expression, you were heavily injured by Tuoba. When I fought with you, I naturally would not take advantage of you. In this curtain of rain, no matter how desperate the battle was, in the end, you would only exhaust your spiritual sense and would not truly harm your body. Su Fengnian did not speak. He turned his head to look at the young eunuch, who was slowly moving his hand away from the wheel, and smiled playfully. The young eunuch laughed coldly. The young emperor did not instruct me to fight to the death with you. Although he is the ruler of a country, he still does not have the right. I also do not have such boring thoughts. Su Fengnian stood up and nodded. At this moment, even if I extended my neck to Great Peace City for Zhao Zhuan to chop, he would not dare to kill me. The young eunuch was slightly angry. If that is the case, why do you still control the remnant souls of the Bailiang heroes who died in battle? What, are you flaunting your power to me? Su Fengnian said coolly, if I did not do this, ask yourself, what would happen in the future? If Bailiang lost, everything would be over. The fate of the Su family that affected the Zhao family would no longer exist. Then, regardless of whether I died on the battlefield of Liangmeng outside the pass, you would most likely have to leave Great Peace City again to pull out the weeds by the roots. If you were lucky enough to win, no matter if it was the Liang dragon chair or not, you would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. How could you allow someone else to sleep beside you? You would definitely kill me, Su Fengnian, as soon as possible. The young eunuch said in surprise, if that is the case, then you should not have put your trump cards on the table. You and I both know that in Great Peace City, you cannot win against me, so you cannot kill the Zhao Emperor. In Bailiang, I cannot win against you. Once I leave the city, your chances of victory will be greater. Why make me wary? Once I die, there will be no one else in this world who can become the person you hate to win. At that time, won't you be able to do as you please and truly do as you wish? Su Fengnian's smile was bright as he gave an inexplicable answer. Since I see a gentleman. The young eunuch laughed. I see you, Su Fengnian, Zhang Jiulu, Chao Chongqing, and the others as gentlemen. Do you really treat people with such sincerity? Su Fengnian shook his head and repeated, since I see a gentleman. The young eunuch was puzzled at first and then understood. When I see you, Su Fengnian, I see a gentleman. When you, Su Fengnian, see me, you see a gentleman. The friendship between gentlemen, the competition between gentlemen, will not change one's original intentions because of the identity of friend or foe. This was the original intention, and also the foundation of some people. Bailiang guarded the northwest gates. Their original intentions were not for the Liang imperial court or the people of the Central Plains. Then, regardless of how the Liang imperial court that had truly received Bailiang's favor made things difficult for them and how the Central Plains ignored them, how could Bailiang change its original intentions because of this? The young eunuch said self-mockingly, I am a eunuch who is your natural enemy. Can I become the gentleman in your heart? Su Fengnian habitually put his hands in his sleeves and said softly, those who can agree with me are people of the same path. In my opinion, a person is limited by one's background, knowledge, and camp, so their understanding is naturally different. However, there are some bottom lines in the world that are the same. For example, even if you are doing evil things, you should understand that you are not doing things with a clear conscience. For example, someone who has experienced hardships and tribulations and feels that the world is unfair, but he should not vent his anger on everyone in the world. Plants grow towards the sun, which is the natural law, and there is nothing wrong with it. However, people who stand between the heavens and the earth have to follow the rules of the world. The Confucian school proposes strict etiquette, which is both confinement and a shortcut. The young eunuch nodded and said, in the final analysis, it is the 3 words reason. The Confucian sage once said, follow your heart's desire and do not violate the rules. Isn't that a true meaning of following one's heart? I once read Lu Zu's article in the palace that advocated the integration of the 3 religions, as well as the works of the Confucian sages and the teachings of the other 2 religions. The roots of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism are actually different roads leading to the same goal. The young eunuch suddenly laughed and said, I never expected to talk about these empty principles with an enemy vassal king like you. Su Fengnian also laughed and said, if Bailiang is lucky enough to defeat Beimang, I am afraid that we will meet again in the future. The young eunuch sighed and said, I hope it is only a matter of victory and defeat, and not a matter of life and death. Su Fengnian sighed and said, in fact, I envy those who are willing to be reasonable and follow their wishes. The young eunuch smiled and said, is there really such a person? Su Fengnian nodded and said, yes, there is. Bailiang's Lu Jinu, Ji province's Wei Jingtang. Unfortunately, they are all dead. Chapter 1849. The eastern exit of Miyun Mountain Pass suddenly contracted. It was as slender as a woman's waist. Xia Shibian relied on this type of geographical advantage to stop wave after wave of crazy attacks from the northern Mang cavalry. The 500 death elite cavalry from the Longxiang army had already been completely wiped out. Along with the 1200 death cavalry from Zhongtan who had charged out of the pass, the corpses of both sides and the war horses were piled up at the exit, forming a 5-foot-tall natural short wall. The corpses of both men and horses were stacked on top of each other. Fresh blood flowed out, making the scene look slippery and sinister. This was probably the most unique horse-blocking formation in the history of war. Regardless of victory or defeat, this battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of history. The cavalry of Feng Xiang and Lin Yao on the left and right had originally suffered slightly lighter losses. However, as the corpse wall continued to pile up, the endless stream of Beimang cavalry had no choice but to give up on breaking through from the front and turn to the left and right in an attempt to break through for the main force behind. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Shi had received all of the crossbows from Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry, the support horses would have been able to shoot down the Beimang cavalry that had charged out of Miyun Pass. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaxi had received all of the crossbows from Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry and had enough arrows to shoot down the Beimang cavalry that had charged out of Miyun Pass, the fearless Zhongtan elite cavalry would have already opened the door. Once the Beimang cavalry formed a complete front line outside the pass and allowed the Zhong family elite cavalry to act as the arrowhead to break through the formation, it would definitely be a massacre without any suspense. Xiaxi's cavalry came from a variety of sources. Their overall strength wasn't outstanding in Liuzhou and couldn't be compared to Chao Wei's cavalry formed by Liangzhou's border cavalry. In addition, the 500 Longxiang army that could be called experienced soldiers had all died in battle. This made Xiaxi's life hanging by a thread. He really couldn't take a single step back. As long as there was a loophole in the defensive formation and the Beimang cavalry took the opportunity, they would definitely be defeated. This had nothing to do with whether or not the youths in Liuzhou and the two towns' cavalry dared to die. On the battlefield, both sides were fighting for a breath of air. Fortunately, Xiaxi's Shibian displayed the extraordinary talent of West Chu's twin jade annulus at such a crucial moment. He was like a craftsman with a unique eye, carefully and conscientiously patching up the holes, deploying the troops time and time again. If it was said that doing a Daoist rite in a snail's shell was a derogatory saying, then Xiaxi's Shibian forcefully turned this saying into a positive one, turning something rotten into something magical. Under Xiaxi's command, these 1,600 youths all abandoned their horses and picked up their spears. Together with the 600 cavalry that were temporarily pulled out to form an independent army, each holding a light crossbow and horsebow, these 1,600 people under Xiaxi's command had already blocked the gaps in the crumbling formation 7 times. Only then did they stop the Beimang cavalry from surging out like a flood. During this period of time, almost every dangerous situation could be said to be a scheming battle between Xiaxi's Shibian and Beimang's General Zhongtan. The latter purposely hid the true strength of his personal guards many times and mixed them in with the normal Mang cavalry. Then, with a spurt of energy, they were all accurately seen through by Xiaxi's foresight. Xia Shibian's true command of this cavalry army that he still wasn't that familiar with had reached the level of commanding like an arm. This not only required Xia Shibian to be completely confident in all of the details of the entire battlefield, such as the number of light crossbow arrows left on his side, the degree of damage to the soldier's stamina from the cavalry bows and infantry bows, the thickness of the cavalry formation on the 2 wings, and other things. He also needed to be extremely clear about the enemy cavalry situation, and even more so, he needed to carry out a rotation of his own forces without allowing for the slightest mistake. This way, he wouldn't weaken the entire defensive position, while also maintaining the necessary stamina for a protracted battle. Xia Shibian's command could be said to be impeccable. Under this type of situation that was as firm as a boulder, the most obvious price to pay was that the 5 messenger cavalry all had horse throats. Even though Xia Shibian didn't personally enter the battlefield, his lips were also dry and cracked, his face pale. However, Xia Shibian's eyes were always clear and bright, sparkling with brilliance. This young general who had entered the northwest border less than half a year ago already won the respect of all of the Beiliang cavalry under his command. There were some people who were born for the battlefield, destined to leave behind a name that the later generations couldn't forget in the bloody history books. The spring and autumn arms armor Yi Baikue was once one, the white-clothed war Saint Chun Jibao was always one, and Xia Shibian would also be one. In reality, the commander of the Beimang cavalry, Zhongtan, who had stopped his horse at the foot of the mountain wall at Miyun Pass, had personally witnessed this bloody battle where both sides died extremely quickly. Even though he wanted to personally chop off the head of this young Beiliang commander, he couldn't help but admire this person's ability to use troops. As the pillar of the new generation of the Beimang army supported with all of its resources, and the eldest son of General Zhong Shentong, Zhongtan was completely different from his uncle, Zhong Liang, who was a martial arts grandmaster. Zhongtan's ambition wasn't in Jianghu since he was a child. When he was still a teenager, his eyes were always fixed on the Liangmang border. Time and time again, he would read the map of the two countries' border situation on the table with his father. The arrogant and conceited Zhong Shentong once confided to the young Zhong Tan that on the Liangmang battlefield, although Beiliang's Yan Wenluan or our dynasty's Yang Yuanzan were fully deserving great generals who could take charge of an area, compared to people like Chen Jibao, Dong Zhuo, and Chu Lushan, they were still a bit inferior. To determine whether a general could become the pillar of a country, it depended on two things. The first was to be able to attack and defend as he wished in a specific battle, using troops without any loopholes. The second was to be able to reach the height of having more troops in a battle that would determine the survival of a country. Under the premise that the battle strength was equal, having 1,000 soldiers could kill 1,500 enemies, having 100,000 armored soldiers could kill 200,000 enemies. When one had 1,000,000 cavalrymen, that would be the time to rule the world. Chapter 1850. A deputy general from the Zhong family was covered in blood. After leaving the battlefield outside the mountain pass, he rode his horse to Zhong Tan's side. He casually broke an arrow that was nailed into his armor and said while panting, "Young master, give me another 500 men of sacrifice. We will definitely break Beiliang's formation." Zhong Tan collected his thoughts and looked at the battlefield in the distance. He shook his head and said, "Most of the Zhong family's men are already dead." The deputy general who had personally charged into the enemy's formation twice was stunned. He looked around and realized that the Zhong family's direct cavalry had indeed suffered a shocking loss. In this battle, Zhong Tan didn't hide anything. He didn't hesitate to use the Zhong family's cavalry as the vanguard to break through the enemy's formation. If he wasn't so ruthless and decisive, the 500 Beiliang dragon elephant cavalry wouldn't have been the first to die. The 1,200 Beimang cavalry that were piled up with the dragon elephant cavalry's corpses were all Zhong family's private cavalry. At that time, the Beimang cavalry had almost succeeded. It was the 500 men of sacrifice from the Longxiang army who had risked their lives to kill the warhorses. They succeeded in stopping the Zhong family's cavalry from advancing smoothly. After that, Zhong Tan used 200 to 300 men of the Zhong family's elite cavalry to break through the enemy's formation several times. However, they were all blocked by the Beiliang general. The deputy general said hatefully, "If it were somewhere else, we wouldn't be able to kill them even if we gave them another 5,000 men from Liuzhou." Zhong Tan, whose direct cavalry had suffered heavy casualties, smiled bitterly and said with emotion, "Yes, it's a pity that we're at the end of Miyun Pass. We can't advance or retreat." The deputy general, who had never thought of retreating, was puzzled when he heard this strange statement. "Young master, why can't we retreat? Besides, this battle can still be fought. It's a little difficult to win and we'll probably lose another 3,000 to 4,000 men. However, we definitely won't retreat, right?" Zhong Tan glanced back and then looked out of the pass again. "Even you know that the troops outside Beiliang Pass are a lost cause. Why is that Beiliang general still fighting to the death and not retreating? From Miyun Pass to Fengxiang Town and Linyao Town, it's a flat land with no obstacles for the cavalry to gallop. Why is Beiliang defending this place to the death? It's obvious that so many people are going to die. Is it purely to exchange troops?" The deputy general's heart trembled. He looked towards the mountain pass behind the northern Mang cavalry and muttered, "Young master, didn't those great figures of our western capital's imperial court all say that Lu province's battle is insignificant?" Zhong Tan took a deep breath and said self-deprecatingly, "I only realized that Beiliang had gone mad after encountering this troop. They chose Lu province as the location of the second battle of Liangmang." Zhong Tan pointed the tip of his sword outside the pass and laughed nastily. "It doesn't matter. As long as we can charge out of Miyun Pass, Beiliang will lose miserably in this desperate gamble." Zhong Tan ordered in a deep voice, "All Zhong family cavalry, charge with me." The two Kiliarchs who had been itching to give it a try cupped their fists and accepted the order. The deputy general hesitated and asked cautiously, "Young master, are you really going to charge personally?" Zhong Tan laughed boldly. I want to meet that Beiliang general personally. Intuition told this Beimang Xia Jumo that killing that Beiliang general was more meaningful than killing 10,000 Beiliang cavalry. 10,000 cavalry galloped through Miyun Pass like lightning. The leader of the cavalry was Chao Wei. The 10,000 cavalry behind him had already changed horses many times. Behind them, there were constantly supporting horses lying on the ground. Many of the cavalry were foaming at the mouth. There were even a few hundred horses that fell to the ground and died. On the other hand, Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry had also stretched out an extremely long line. This kind of long-distance attack that completely disregarded the horses' power and formation, if it was any other battlefield, would definitely make the generals curse out loud. It was simply treating it as child's play. The 10,000 cavalry were like a surging river flowing east. At this moment, the Miyun Pass was like the Guangling River. There were constantly tired horses whose legs went soft. The only thing the cavalry with excellent horsemanship could do was turn their horses around slightly and try their best to fall to the left and right sides of the path. The cavalry that fell to the ground didn't care about the life or death of their beloved steeds and quickly changed horses to continue charging forward. Fortunately, most of the spears, lances, cavalry, bows, and light crossbows were given to Xiaxi's cavalry. To a certain extent, it reduced the burden on Chao Wei's cavalry. Chao Wei muttered to himself, "Xia brat, don't think that I'll help you collect your corpse. If you can't hold on any longer, the northern Mang barbarians will be waiting for you outside the mountain pass." In addition to the rotten Buddha Mountains monk soldiers that are eating sand behind this daddy's ass, this daddy's 10,000 cavalry will be finished in this godforsaken place. Galloping all the way. Chao Wei felt that every slight breath of his was as clear as thunder. It even covered the sound of the horses' hooves. This meant that his 10,000 cavalry were almost at their physical limits. It also meant that such an extremely tired cavalry had in fact lost the ability to charge back and forth. Chao Wei was betting that Xiaxi's brat could not only guard the exit of Miyun Pass, but also that Xiaxi's cavalry could heavily injure Zhong Tan's cavalry. This was unreasonable. Chao Wei thought to himself, "Xia brat, I know this is difficult, but, you are one of the two jade annulus of West Chu, Xiaxi's border. Approaching the easternmost part of Miyun Pass." Chao Wei, who had been muttering, let me hear something," suddenly laughed out loud. He almost laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Chao Wei, who could already hear the sound of fighting in front, suddenly stopped his horse. He turned his head and roared, "Change horses. Put on armor." Soon, Chao Wei laughed involuntarily and said, "Now that things have come to this, change horses my ass." The 10,000 cavalry gradually came to a stop. Then, everyone put on their armor and drew their swords. In the western region, far away from the central plains, the 10,000 Beiliang cavalry led by Chao Wei were like a sudden appearance. They temporarily stopped to rest and reorganize. It was like a Guangling river that suddenly stopped. After it stopped, it surged to the east. Chao Wei raised his cold sword and urged his horse forward. He shouted with all his might, "Kill!" The Battle of Miyun Pass. It was hailed as the best cavalry battle after the spring and autumn period. Chapter 1851. All good things must come to an end. The pair of persimmons and tangerines of Beiliang parted ways with Chen Wang. The latter continued on his way to his hometown, and the young eunuch naturally acted as Chen Xiaobao's coachman. After the former turned into the dangerous Tongguan Pass at the eastern gate of Liangzhou, he paused for a moment before continuing his journey west. According to Whispering Water spies, the entourage of the Liang imperial court delivering the edict was less than half a day's journey away from the young king. The three python-clad eunuchs of the Directorate of Ribbon Insignia could never have imagined that the king of Beiliang, who was supposed to stay at Mount Qingliang to receive the edict, was actually hanging on their tails. Following the main courier route, which was far more developed than the Central Plains, the two parties continued their journey west. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji refused the escort of the elite cavalry at Tongguan, so they only had Fan Shaochai and Mi Fengjie as their retainers. The four of them and their horses looked like the sons of a rich family leisurely traveling through the mountains and rivers. Mi Fengjie had originally reached the Finger Mystery Realm step by step. After the battle in the rain on the small street, he had comprehended a lot and vaguely showed signs of a bottleneck loosening. On the other hand, Fan Shaochai had not benefited at all. This was probably their own fated chance that could only be understood and not explained. For this reason, Mi Fengjie especially asked Su Fengnian about the mysteries of the celestial phenomenon realm. During their conversation, he revealed his yearning for the old god of sword Li Chuangong's famous skill, the two-sleeved green snake. How could Su Fengnian not know what Mi Fengjie was thinking? He also spoke frankly with this swordsman who had matured late in life. Although the two-sleeved green snake was incomparably powerful, it was unfortunately not suitable for Mi Fengjie's own style of swordsmanship. It was especially unsuitable for him to change his style at this time. After some thought, Mi Fengjie understood the crux of the matter, but he inevitably felt some regret. He was different from Su Fengnian. He had trained hard for more than 40 years, and his swordsmanship and sword will had long become a set. The two-sleeved green snake needed to integrate the essence, qi, and spirit of the swordsman. It was not that Mi Fengjie could not study the two-sleeved green snake, nor could it be that he could not break through and improve. At this moment, Mi Fengjie had just touched the threshold of the celestial phenomenon realm, so there was no need for him to gamble at this critical moment. It was like a court official who was already the second in command of the ministry works to become a minister. But the two-sleeved green snake was two. And the two-sleeved green snake. Two. Of. Two. The two-sleeved. The two-sleeved two. Of the. It. As the me. Su Beiji had already heard Su Fengnian describe the situation of the battle in the rain. He was famous in Bailiang's officialdom for being heartless, but he still had some lingering fears. When the four riders stopped to rest in a tea house by the roadside, Su Fengnian drank a bowl of bland tea that could not compete with the heat of autumn. He suddenly said to Su Beiji, after drinking the tea, "We will follow the Directorate of Credentials." Su Beiji was not afraid of the cold, but he was most afraid of the heat. As he drank his tea, he asked the owner of the tea house for a cattail leaf fan and shook it vigorously. "What? You want to demand an exorbitant price? After you were taught a lesson by that strange eunuch, you want to vent your anger on the eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials?" Su Fengnian ignored the man's sarcasm. "Taking advantage of this opportunity, I plan to ask the Imperial Court for a Deputy Provincial Governor and Deputy Provincial Governor of Bailiang. I'll inform them first so that they won't be caught off guard." Su Beiji frowned and said, "This is not easy to handle. If it were an ordinary official, it would be fine. But the Deputy Judici and Deputy Administrator's request is considered a report between the general and the minister. It requires the approval of the big shot of the Men province. Although Chen Wang happens to be the left-scattered cavalry officer of the Men province and can be considered legitimate, he is destined not to bring his official seal with him on this trip. What's more, with Chen Wang's cautiousness, he would never agree to your impromptu plan." The requests of officials below the third rank had always come from the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of War. In these 20 years, when Su Shao was still alive, the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of War had given Bailiang more than 700 blank requests 3 times. They allowed Bailiang to choose their own officials. The Imperial Court was just a figurehead. This was not because Bailiang was domineering and separatist. In reality, excluding the vassals of the Duke of Huainan Zhao Ying, even the Duke of Jiaodong Zhao Sui, who was the weakest and closest to Graydon City, could do this. Of course, in terms of numbers, they could not be compared to Bailiang or Yanqi. However, the obituaries of high-ranking officials such as the 6 ministries minister or the provincial governor-general of a province were known as the obituaries of generals since the Great Feng dynasty. They were all written on golden and multicolored silk paper by the provincial officials under their command, and then presented to the sovereign. The grade of the paper was linked to the specific official title. The reason why Northern Liang Path's deputy administrator Song Dongming was not recognized by the Central Plains was because he lacked this indispensable process. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "At most, we can have Great and City make up for it later. It's just a small matter of writing a courier." Su Beiji's tone was not as casual as Su Fengnian's. "Will Yang Shenxing have any thoughts?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I've already talked to Yang Shenxing." The old man looks relieved. Su Beiji smiled coldly and said, "You believe it?" Su Fengnian said flatly, "Maybe one day, Yang Shenxing will be sincerely grateful to Bai Liang." Su Beiji turned his head and asked for another cup of tea from the teahouse owner. He took the teacup and waited until the old man was far away before asking, "Your troublesome father-in-law, Lu Dongjiang, was promoted from the provincial governor of Liangzhou to deputy administrator? In this way, won't there be suspicions that he was promoted on the surface but demoted on the inside?" Su Fengnian gently put down the teacup and said slowly, "Lu Dongjiang was originally someone who wanted fame more than power. In addition, Li Gongda repeatedly asked to resign from the position of administrator. Therefore, Lu Dongjiang will only feel that his first transaction with Beiliang's civil officials is a step closer." At this point, Su Fengnian lowered his head and looked at the empty teacup in a daze. He then raised his head and smiled. "Then it's settled. You will be the deputy provincial governor." Su Beiji subconsciously grunted in acknowledgement. After taking a sip of tea, he suddenly came back to his senses. He stared and said, "Not the provincial governor of Liangzhou?" Su Fengnian laughed loudly and said, "Leave that position for Bai Yu." Su Beiji stared at this young vassal king and said through gritted teeth, "Bullshit." Su Fengnian was silent. Mi Fengjia and Fan Shaochai did not know why the two of them suddenly turned against each other. Su Beiji was so angry that he laughed. "Do I, Su Beiji, need you to arrange a retreat? Do I need you, Su Fengnian, to set up a ladder for me in the imperial court of Liang? In the second battle of Liangmang, there was bound to be a victor. If Beiliang lost, the Liang imperial court would definitely absorb a large number of Beiliang officials. Beiliang's generals would usually die outside the pass. Although there were fence-sitters, there should not be many of them. At most, people like Chao Xiaojia would leave the northwest. After the fall of Beiliang's civil officials outside the pass, there was not much meaning to their existence. Su Fengnian would not force them to defend Beiliang to the death or leave the northwest. Therefore, Su Beiji, as the deputy provincial governor of Beiliang, would be the highest-ranking military official if nothing unexpected happened. He would be viewed as the most desirable person by the Liang imperial court. What did it mean to be a second-ranked general of Beiliang? Everyone knew by now what it meant to be a second-ranked general of Beiliang. If Beiliang was lucky enough to win, this deputy provincial governor position would naturally be the icing on the cake. At that time, only God knows how many of Beiliang's 300,000 iron cavalry would be left. The integration of Beiliang and the Central Plains officialdom was very likely to be the trend of the times. Beiliang's 4 prefectures, whose vitality was greatly damaged, would probably need someone to be an official in the imperial court to speak up for the people of Beiliang. Chen Wang alone was far from enough. Moreover, Chen Wang would not be suitable to speak up for Beiliang in the future. After all, Su Beiji was not Zhu Zi who had just entered Beiliang. He had been in the officialdom for many years and quickly understood the young king's intentions. He sighed and said firmly, "Give this opportunity to Chen Shiliang." "I'll pass." Su Fengnian, who was becoming more and more powerful in Beiliang, did not insist on his opinion. He nodded and smiled, "As you wish." Mi Fengjia and Fan Shaochai looked up at the sky at the same time. A black dot appeared in their vision. A handsome bird of prey broke through the sky and landed on the small table where the 4 of them were sitting. It intimately pecked the back of the young king's hand. Su Fengnian skillfully took off the reed pipe that was specially made from the brush room that was hung on the foot of the 6-year falcon. He gently poured out the spy report and opened it. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was trying hard to suppress a smile. Su Beiji asked, "The military intelligence of the western region?" Su Fengnian handed the roll of paper to Su Beiji. The latter took it and looked at it. He sighed, "This time I'm really relieved." Chapter 1852. With regards to Cao Wei and Xie Shi arbitrarily changing the Lu province strategy set by the Protectorate and making an impromptu decision to intercept and kill Zhong Tan's cavalry at Miyun Pass, the courier cavalry quickly spread the news from Fengxiang to Mount Qingliang and Huaiyang Pass, causing an uproar among the upper echelons of Beiliang. If not for the fact that Cao Wei and Xie Shi were the trusted aides of Su Fengnian, some of the more experienced and prudent commanders of the border army would probably have cursed them out in public long ago. It could be said that Su Fengnian had stood his ground against the objections of the masses and directed a large number of troops toward Lu province. This was especially so when he had rookies like Cao Wei and Yu Wandao, as well as Ko Jianghui, who were also young outsiders like Xie Shi and Xie Shi, as the main generals of the Lu province campaign. Su Fengnian had shouldered an enormous amount of pressure. If the battle situation turned unfavorable and the entire Lu province battlefield was in shambles, the enormous prestige that Su Fengnian had accumulated in the First Great War of Liangmang was bound to be severely damaged. Moreover, Liangzhou, which was closely allied with Lu province, was bound to fall into a perilous situation. Su Beiji clicked his tongue and said, "These two brats are truly desperados. They actually managed to take down Zhong Tan's cavalry right under the noses of the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua." Su Fengnian beamed and said, "Cao Wei and Xie Shi have risked their lives to create such a good situation. We can't let it go to waste." Su Beiji said unhappily, "I already know what kind of shit you're going to shit on. Fine, let me, the temporary deputy provincial governor of Beiliang, make a trip to Mount Lantua." Su Fengnian said playfully, "Why did you change your mind?" Su Beiji said something strange. "To me, it's all the same." Su Fengnian did not pursue the matter. He turned to Fan Shaochai and Mi Fengjie. "The two of you will escort the deputy regional governor to Mount Lantua. At the same time, have Fu Shuifang send a message to Cao Weixie on the western border. After he cooperates with the three of you to ascend the mountain and persuade Mount Lantua to form an alliance with Beiliang, they will no longer be under the control of the Liuzhou provincial governor's office, Mount Qingliang, or the Protectorate General's office." Su Beiji suddenly stood up. Su Fengnian asked, "Is there a need to be in such a hurry?" Su Beiji rolled his eyes and walked towards the riders. Su Fengnian had no choice but to stand up and send him off. When Mi Fengjie was paying the bill with the owner of the tea house, Su Fengnian suddenly laughed and said, "Give me more copper coins, I want 2 more bowls of wine." After Su Beiji mounted his horse, he looked down at the young vassal and said with a serious face, "Remember, don't get carried away." Su Fengnian said innocently, "I've seen all kinds of storms and waves. How could I?" Su Beiji laughed coldly and said, "Your smile is almost reaching your ears." Su Fengnian was resentful, but he did not retort. Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai exchanged glances. The old man's eyes were full of smiles. Clearly, he was gratified by this scene of Beiliang's ruler and subject being compatible. Fan Shaochai, on the other hand, was somewhat annoyed. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Su Beiji's attitude. Su Fengnian waved his hand to send the 3 riders off. After the 3 riders disappeared from his sight, Su Fengnian returned to the table. There were already 2 big white bowls of coarse green ant wine on the table. Su Fengnian had 1 bowl and Chu Lushan had 1 bowl of gerfalcon. Su Fengnian reached out his hand and stroked its feathers. His eyes were gentle as he smiled and said, "Old friend, drink slowly." Twice in the Jianghu, once in the Beimang Jianghu, countless life and death encounters, only this old friend had always been by his side. The owner of the tea house was just an ordinary person with shallow eyes. When he saw the scene of the bird drinking wine, it was an eye-opener. He could not help but sit closer and asked curiously, "Young master, what kind of bird is this? It's so beautiful." Su Fengnian took a sip of the wine and laughed. "It's a gerfalcon from Liaodong." The old man, who had never heard of gerfalcons before, asked tentatively, "To be able to raise such a good bird with such spiritual energy, young master's family must be extraordinary, right?" Su Fengnian grinned and said, "Of course. My father fought for his entire life to accumulate the family business we have today. After he handed it over to me, many important people outside of Beiliang coveted it." The old man felt that the young man in front of him was like the sons of Beiliang generals in other places. They loved to talk about their father's military achievements and were not afraid of choking when they talked big. Who did not know that the rich people in Beiliang, even the rich men in Lingzhou, would not be able to straighten their backs when they met the masters of the neighboring provinces and counties? They would never dare to say that they had a lot of money in their pockets. Su Fengnian took off the jade pendant hanging from his waist. "Old brother, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll treat you to a drink. If you don't have money on you, just leave it here. I'll get someone to redeem it later." The old man first glanced at the jade pendant, which he did not know if was real or fake, and then glanced at the bird drinking wine on the table. He hesitated, but finally nodded and went to pick up 2 jars of high-quality green ant wine that could not be sold. The old man drank moderately at first. When the young master finished a large bowl of wine, he had only drunk half a bowl. Moreover, the old man had a good tolerance for alcohol. If he really drank to his heart's content, he would be able to drink 7 or 8 bowls. However, the old man was the only one managing the tea house. He was worried that if he really got drunk, what if the young man ran away? Then wouldn't he be scolded by his wife from today until the end of the year? Moreover, he had a young grandson who was studying in the village school. The old man was thinking about using the money he had saved this year to buy the 4 treasures of the study for the child. Not long ago, he heard the child come home and say that a young teacher who was originally studying in the academy had come to the village school. His knowledge was greater than the sky. He told them many things about Jiangnan, about the small bridges and flowing water there, and the young teacher also talked about the scenery of his family's garden. In reality, the child did not speak clearly. The old man, who had never even touched a book before, did not understand. However, as he listened, the old man, who had lived a hard life his whole life, felt that there was more hope in his heart. Their village had about 100 families. The first time they went to war with the Beimang barbarians outside the pass, a few families with better resources had secretly run away. When they won the war outside the pass, they all ran back. In the end, they had to go to war again, so no one used the excuse of visiting relatives to go to Lingzhou or leave Beiliang. The old man who ran the tea house received and sent people off all year round. In the end, he was more knowledgeable than the villagers who dealt with crops all year round. After listening to the idle conversations of the customers, the old man unconsciously understood a basic principle. For hundreds of years, the most powerful and unified grassland power, known to have millions of cavalry and millions of soldiers, had not been able to take half a step south into the central plains in these 20 years. In the past, there was General Su Shao. Now, there was the new Prince Liang, Su Fengnian. In Beiliang, there were 2 generations of the Su family, father and son. The old man did not understand the harm that the feudal princes posed to the court by seizing power. He also did not understand the conflicts between Beiliang and the Zhao family in Liang. The old man who lived in Beiliang only knew that no matter how fierce the war outside the pass was, in more than 20 years within Beiliang, there had not been a single Beiliang barbarian who rode a horse and carried a sword. The defenseless commoners could live a peaceful life. As long as they were willing to put in effort, they could support their families. Was there anything more comfortable than this in the world? There was none. As time went on, the old man gradually became drunk and happy. That young master was also drunk and said a lot of nonsense. He said that when he was young, he had toasted many generals in the main hall of his home. He even used a genteel phrase, saying something like, "My son will come out to exchange for good wine." He said that at that time, there were old generals like Yan Wenwan, He Zhonghu, Chen Yinshui, and Zhong Hongwu sitting in the main hall of his home. There were also civil officials like Li Gongda and Yan Jieshi, as well as young people like Chen Jibao, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zhuozong, Qi Danghua, Yao Jian, and Yi Shizhen. The old man, who was already 70 to 80% drunk, laughed loudly and did not take it seriously. He laughed at the young man and said, "Nonsense, nonsense." In the end, the young man, who seemed to have read some poetry, began to sing loudly, saying that he had something to say to the Central Plains. You only saw 10,000 carps jumping the Dragon Gate at Tingtide Listening Lake. You did not see Mount Qingliang, there were countless famous stone steels. You only saw a bottle gourd's mouth building the capital. You did not see under the high wall, the skeletons of the dead supported each other. You only saw a horse roaring in the west wind in the north of Liangzhou. You did not see the south of the border, the sound of books breaking out of the hut. You only saw 300,000 armored cavalry ruling the world. You did not see the people of Beiliang, every family wearing mourning clothes. Later on, whenever the young man mentioned the two words, Central Plains, in front of you, the old man would coincidentally shout the two words, Beiliang, at the top of his voice. The old man did not understand anything. He just wanted to join in the fun. The young man's voice was very bleak, just like those sharp persimmon trees that could be seen everywhere in Beiliang. In the winter, they were empty and only had withered branches. In the end, the old man from the tea-house lay on the table and fell asleep. The young man stood up shakily and placed the jade pendant in the old man's hand. After helping the old man hold the jade pendant tightly, he walked towards the horse. Under the setting sun, one man and one horse slowly traveled west. The young man dozed off while riding the horse. As the horse's back rose and fell, his body swayed. A person's sleep was like a small death. If he did not wake up, he would die. Chapter 1853. The old man suddenly felt a surge of energy. He raised his head to look at the sky and then turned around with a deep smile. I'm going to take a look at the ferry. Eunuch Song, Eunuch Ma, you two don't need to follow me. I'll be back soon. I'll try my best not to go back to the courier station in the dark. The eunuch in official robes sitting on the back of the young eunuch immediately stood up and said considerately, since we're already here, it's just a matter of one breath. What harm is there in going back in the dark? It won't delay the proper business. The tallest eunuch, Eunuch Ma, also smiled and agreed. I'm afraid this is the only chance in my life to be able to accompany Eunuch Lu on an old trip. This little journey can't be considered tiring. This time, the three of us are working for the imperial family and have walked thousands of li. Eunuch Lu smiled and nodded, his expression becoming increasingly benevolent. Although the Directorate of Credentials was not an overly prominent yamen among the 12 directorates of the Liang Imperial Palace and could not be mentioned in the same breath as the Directorate of Ceremonies under Song Tonglu, it was still not to be underestimated. After all, they were helping the monarch of a country look after those iron coupons, edicts, and yellow seals. When they were in Tian City, the Directorate of Credentials was definitely not as peaceful as it was now. It was probably because this diplomatic mission to the northwest had brought great pressure to the three elders of the Directorate of Credentials. It had truly become a case of sharing glory and suffering together. The old saying, looking at a mountain will kill a horse, was true. At that time, Eunuch Lu had pointed to the small ferry in the distance and still made the group of people from the Directorate of Credentials exhausted. Even Eunuch Lu had no choice but to apologize to his two sweaty colleagues in official robes. The ferry was still there, but compared to the scene of more than 20 people waiting to carry people across the river to make money, there were now only 4 or 5 people. Eunuch Lu raised his eyes and looked over, feeling a bit disappointed. The villagers were all coarse old men, there were no young men or women. There were very few travelers at the ferry crossing to the other side. Eunuch Lu had originally wanted to turn back, but he was a bit unwilling, so he walked over to the group of old men chatting idly. Those people had clearly noticed this group of people, especially the 3 eunuchs from the Directorate of Credentials. It was too fresh. Even if they were frogs at the bottom of a well that even the county magistrate looked down on a few times in their lives, as long as they weren't blind, they would know that these were influential figures that they couldn't afford to offend. They also knew that they definitely weren't customers who had come to cross the river. Although Longjiu River was the largest river in Liangzhou, after the government built 2 bridges over a dozen years ago, one for the garrison and the other for the common people to use, there was almost no business to speak of even during the summer and autumn seasons. There were bridges available, but they insisted on strolling along the river. Did they have nothing better to do? Unless it was a merchant or traveler from the north who was in a hurry and didn't want to walk more than 20 li to the bridge in the south, they would wade across the river. However, if it was a large merchant or tycoon who had a good relationship with the government, they could actually use the bridge in the north. However, it was said that after the young vassal king ascended to the throne, the control became stricter. The garrison and the government no longer dared to turn a blind eye to people's convenience like before. Just as Eunuch Lu was preparing to return home, someone suddenly swept across the river from the other side. His white robes fluttered, a long sword at his waist. He skimmed the surface of the river a few times before crossing. After landing gracefully on the shore, the white-robed swordsman ignored the surprised gazes of the villagers and turned to look at his Jianghu friends on the other side of the river. They were betting on who could step on the water the least to cross the river, using this to compare whose sect's qinggong was better. However, although this young Jianghu hero from a famous sect displayed an arrogant attitude that kept people at arm's length, how could he not be wary of the eunuchs behind him? Since when did Bailiang have eunuchs appear? Everyone knew that Bailiang Palace was different from the other vassal mansions of the Liang dynasty. It had never used eunuchs. After the old man named Su Tu led his iron horse into Jianghu, Liang Jianghu people either stayed at a respectful distance from the court and the government or tried to make friends with them. They had never heard of any sect or sect that could wrestle with the family of an official. This handsome young hero standing by the river was not unfamiliar with the rules of the court, but he was not familiar with the high and mighty Great Peace City. He was not sure what position the eunuchs were qualified to wear the eye-catching red embroidered robe. However, he knew that they were not small fries. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave the palace to do business openly. The 2 sides were worlds apart in terms of status, so he pretended that he did not see anything. The young eunuch who worked like an ox was good at reading people's expressions. When he saw that the 3 eunuchs all frowned, he immediately explained in a low voice, earlier, the female Wulin leader of Mount Hui, Xianyuan Qingfeng, summoned the heroes of Jianghu to encircle and kill a few demons. They killed all the way to the western regions before stopping. After that, many Jianghu people were not in a hurry to leave Bailiang. These people must be young people from the Wulin of the Central Plains. Eunuch Lu snorted coldly. Heroes use force to suppress. Even the West Chu trader Chao Chongqing, the scholarly sage, has repeatedly shown off in Great Peace City. The fat and Buddha-like eunuch Song laughed in a low voice. Jianghu people are not the only ones who rely on force to suppress. Eunuch Lu and Eunuch Ma did not speak. Then, another 2 Jianghu people of similar age passed by Dragon Steed River. Eunuch Lu suddenly turned his head and asked one of the Imperial Guard commanders with a smile, "Commander Qian, what is the cultivation of these young people? What is the difference between them and the Grand Masters of Jianghu?" The burly Imperial Guard with a wooden expression said calmly, "Eunuch Lu, not to mention the 4 realms of 1st grade, even 2nd grade master is not a height that these embroidered pillows can reach. With their talent and foundation, unless they have a great opportunity, they will not be able to reach 2nd grade master in 20 to 30 years. Eunuch Lu nodded and did not have any more interest in investigating. The Jianghu was far, but the court was high. What grandmasters of the martial way? As long as they were not those few people on the martial ranking, they were nothing more than fish in a pond that the emperor casually raised. Just as Eunuch Lu was about to turn and leave, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked hard into the river. A young person that was crossing the river was probably only skilled in external martial arts. His qinggong was something that even he, a ribbon insignia eunuch, felt was not good to look at. Not only did he step on the surface of the river many times, the splashes he made were shocking. If others were said to be flying on the grass, then this brother was really rolling in the grass. But this was not something that Eunuch Lu paid attention to. The old man saw a young person carrying a fairy that seemed to be an old woman as they slowly crossed the river. Chapter 1854. In the end, he was trampled by the young hero with terrible qinggong, splashing water all over his head. In the Dragon Steed River, the old woman helped the young man wipe the water off his forehead. She was kind, but also a little distressed. She said helplessly, "You've suffered, haven't you? I told you you could cross the river yourself, but you insisted on carrying me. I've carried you across the river for decades. Even if I were blind, I could still cross the river during a flood. Why would I need you to carry me?" The young man smiled. "During that storm, the banknotes in my bag almost turned into paste. I didn't have any money with me at the time, and you didn't accept the jade pendant I gave you. I've owed you a favor for so many years. Now that I've finally met you, I should at least carry you." The old woman said gently, "Forget about the jade pendant, I wouldn't even dare to accept broken silver. Crossing the river costs 3 copper coins. No matter how small the broken silver is, it's still too big. Some poor people lived hard lives. If they felt that they couldn't live their lives peacefully, they would really be in pain." The old woman suddenly smiled and asked, "Young master, what about old Huang who crossed the river with you? He's the one who loses his front teeth when he smiles. I remember very clearly that he was right behind us. He's also short, and the river was almost up to his neck." The young man said softly, "Old Huang left. He went to a place far away from Bailiang. I didn't see him." The old woman sighed. She didn't know how to comfort this young man who remembered her for so many years because of 5 copper coins. Perhaps in her village, she could remember who owed her a copper coin for half her life. However, the young man carrying her didn't look like a child from a poor family. Who would carry him across the river and give him a jade pendant just because he didn't have any copper coins? No matter how worthless a jade pendant was, it was still a jade pendant. The old woman smiled and asked, "Young master, are you married? Do you have any children?" The young man said awkwardly, "I'm about to get married." When the two of them approached the ferry, the old woman asked, "Are you tired?" The young man smiled. "Granny, you're so light, how could I be tired?" The young man then teased, "Granny, you must have been very beautiful when you were young. There must have been many people who came to ask for your hand." Although the old woman was poor, she was dressed in clean clothes and smiled knowingly. She did not nod or say no. When they reached the shore, the young man gently put down the old woman. She asked, "Young master, is it really okay for you to leave the horse on the other side of the river?" The young man smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't lose it." The old woman helped the young man who had rolled up his sleeves to carry her on his back and gently rolled down his sleeves. She said, "When you have a family, you can't always think like this." The young man smiled and nodded. "Got it. I'll be careful with my spending." After the old woman came ashore, she waved her hand at the young man standing in the shallow part of the river. "Hurry up and go back. See if the things on the horse's back are missing." The young man who had his sleeves down but still rolled up his pants answered with a smile. The old woman slowly walked towards the ferry. Then, she saw an old man in strange clothes. She saw him at first glance, even though there were 2 old men in the same red clothes standing beside him. The Xianxia was the head seal eunuch, and so was Eunuch Lu. He wanted to say something but hesitated. She only smiled faintly and turned her head slightly. She reached out with her skinny fingers and tidied her hair. He looked at her and was about to take a step forward. In the end, he laughed self-mockingly, pulled back his foot, turned, and strode away. And she, just like many years ago, gently waved her hand at the back of the young scholar, just like the young girl of the past. The sky was dim. The eunuch and the imperial bodyguards were the first to leave. The villagers at the ferry who felt that there would be no more business left the river bank like the old woman. The poor young man who was walking towards the other side of the river suddenly turned around and jogged ashore. Although his skin was very good, in the end, clothes make the man. Who would look at a poor boy who was carrying people across the river to earn copper coins? Under the disdainful gazes of the 7 and 8 young heroes of the Jianghu, he approached them and smiled. He strangely said, "Back then, when I and my brothers were wandering the Jianghu like dogs, I had long wanted to do something to you experts drifting across the river." Regardless of whether it was the handsome swordsman in white fluttering clothes or the beautiful young heroine, they were all kicked in the buttocks by this guy who seemed to have had his head crushed by a door. They were all kicked into the Dragon Steed River. That scene was like a pot of dumplings. The young man whose boots were still off on the other side of the river stood barefoot at the ferry. He looked at the drenched chickens who were cursing at him and said seriously, "Skill." If those young heroes of the Jianghu knew the identity of this madman, they probably wouldn't be angry out of humiliation, but would be deeply grateful. According to the rules of the Jianghu, being kicked by one of the 4 great grandmasters of the martial arts evaluation was equivalent to exchanging blows. This was a treatment that even the founders of their sects would be envious of. This kind of lucky thing could be bragged about for 30 years. That great grandmaster of the martial arts evaluation stood on the shore with his hands on his hips. He laughed and said, "I, a hero, will never change my name. I am the number 1 figure of the Northwest Dao. In the Jianghu, people call me Invincible Divine Fist, Peerless Leg Technique, Number 1 Blade and Divine Sword Technique, Su Fengnian." He had the demeanor of an immortal, the demeanor of a hero, and the bearing of a grandmaster. Naturally, he didn't have any of these. Therefore, the young hero who had just stepped on the water and splashed him all over angrily said, "Sue your grandpa." Everyone only heard that bastard with a smug look on his face laugh and ask, "You don't like it? If you don't like it, then come and hit me. The green mountains will not change and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again someday." This time, even the heroines and fairies who had to try their best to remain aloof when they fell into the water couldn't bear it anymore. However, just as they were about to criticize him, they suddenly felt their bodies fall. In the next moment, everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. It turned out that everyone was sitting at the bottom of the river. The riverbed was still wet, but there was no water. Looking up, at the end of their vision, there was no water coming from upstream and downstream. No one knew who was the first to look up and discover the truth, but they were all in a daze. It turned out that the river was still flowing, but it was above everyone's heads. It was like a green dragon sweeping across the sky. When everyone was scared out of their wits and ran to the shore, they were scared out of their wits. That long river dragon hanging in the air just happened to fall heavily into the river, splashing huge water to both sides. However, at this moment, no one cared about becoming a drowned rat again. Far away, a man was leading a horse slowly toward the Green Horse Inn. Jianghu was still the same. However, the horse was no longer the bad horse of the past, and he was no longer young. He no longer had old Huang with missing front teeth and the wooden sword ranger. Chapter 1855. The Liang Relay Road, with the capital Tai'an City as the center, was a well-deserved official road. It was once praised by the old Ministry of War as the bloodline of the country. It was also compared to the prosperous dynasty that unified the Central Plains to an unprecedented land god. The power of the essence and blood could be said to be unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Liangzhou's Qingma Relay Road was close to the provincial capital and was set up in the downtown area of a bustling town. Because this was a place that one had to pass to enter and exit the city of Liangzhou, not only was the relay station large, it also had the only one of the many relay stations on the road of Beiliang. There were as many as 70 postilions. There was also a garrison of light cavalry stationed nearby all year round. It was said that the young king's personal guards, the White Horse righteous followers, came from this cavalry in the early years. Naturally, their combat ability was not to be underestimated. For example, the madman Hong Shuwen, who was now climbing up the ranks in the Beiliang army, came from this troop that did not show off. Li Gongda, who had always firmly maintained the #1 civil official position in Beiliang, stayed at the Qingma Relay Road in his early years. When he was in the mood, he wrote a calligraphy piece that said, "There is a world of difference." However, no one knew whether it was because the relay station treasured it too much or because the 4 words were too strong and beautiful, but it had not been mounted or hung for many years. Bei'an Town, where the Qingma Relay Road was located, was also an unusually prosperous place. Lingzhou had always been known as Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall, while Bei'an Town was known as Little Lingzhou. It was enough to show that this big town in Liangzhou was different. In recent years, with the strong rise of the young king, more and more people from the Central Plains came to Bei'an Town after hearing the news. They all entered the Jianghu of Beiliang together. Over time, the local residents of Bei'an Town became accustomed to it. As one of the few places in Liangzhou that did not have a night ban, Bei'an Town was a veritable money-squandering den. Just like the 2 restaurants and brothels next to each other, they worked together to advertise the 2 golden signboards of, "If you don't go to the 2 floors, you're in vain coming to Beiliang," and "The best wine in the world." They were very arrogant. The restaurant said that they had the best wine in the world, which was not inferior to the imperial court's tribute, and the brothel said that their girls were not inferior to the imperial court's concubines. Many Jianghu people who did not believe in heresy went to the brothels with the mentality of destroying the place. In the end, almost without exception, they all drank themselves to the ground or lay on the bed of the girls. As a result, the 2 floors of Bei'an Town became more and more famous, and it was known throughout Beiliang and Lianghuai. Especially when a courtesan from the brothels eloped with a scholar from the Green Deer Cave Academy. Logically speaking, the brothels should have been furious, but instead of breaking up the lovers, they burned the contract of the courtesan. The restaurant even sponsored the scholar to buy 100 books with 1,000 taels of silver. This romantic story shocked the scholarly and literary circles of Beiliang. Even the Jiangnan region of the Central Plains had heard about it. It was to the extent that a famous scholar in the literary circle clicked his tongue in amazement in front of everyone, and he personally praised the heroic spirit of Beiliang. If this was 3 or 4 years ago, if he dared to say a few good words for Beiliang, no matter how prestigious this famous scholar in the literary circle was, he would probably become a rat on the street, and he would implicate his family and be condemned by everyone. But now, although there were very few people who agreed, there was definitely no one who would actually compete. By the time the 3 eunuchs from the Directorate of Credentials returned to Bei'an Town from the small crossing of Dragon Horse River, it was already late at night. Previously, the Green Horse Relay Station was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so they had no choice but to send out 20 or so elite riders from the capital to meet them. If they could not find any trace of them, the Green Horse Relay Station would definitely skip over the local government and directly notify the garrison 20 li away. After all, this group of eunuchs who delivered the edict represented the face of the Zhao clan of Liyang. Eunuch Lu and his group, who had walked into Bei'an Town on foot, were already hungry. As they passed by the particularly noisy restaurant and smelled the thick scent of wine, they couldn't help but be a little tempted. Eunuch Lu felt a little sorry for his 2 dog-tired colleagues, so he smiled and suggested that they all go to the restaurant to have a good meal. Eunuch Ma, who was tall and imposing and not like a eunuch, was more cautious. Although he didn't refuse, he still suggested that it was best to go back to the Green Horse Relay Station and change into ordinary clothing. Eunuch Song, who had a large body but was able to walk as light as a swallow in the royal palace, wanted to say that it wasn't a big deal. Could there be an assassin under the nose of Bailiang Palace? However, since Eunuch Lu, the head shopkeeper of the Directorate of Credentials, had nodded, Eunuch Song, who hadn't had a good time since coming to Bailiang, could only quietly swallow his words. After returning to the Green Horse relay station and washing up and changing clothes, the three eunuchs were accompanied only by the Imperial Guard commander surnamed Qian. The four of them walked together into the restaurant called the Restaurant. Because the restaurant next door was the most famous brothel in Bay and town, they could vaguely hear the soft and seductive laughter. This made Eunuch Lu laugh involuntarily. If their drinking trip traveled to the capital, it would most likely become a rumor that the eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials had gone to a brothel. That would be a great joke. The restaurant had 3 floors. Although it was late at night, the lobby on the first floor was still packed. There weren't many seats left on the second floor. The restaurant waiter, who was good at reading people's expressions, led the 4 of them to a private room on the top floor with the best view. It was called a private room, but it was actually separated by a large screen with exquisite embroidery. After Eunuch Song sat down, he leaned comfortably against the back of a yellow rosewood chair with a natural gourd-shaped wood core. He laughed softly and said, "The layout here is somewhat similar to the market on our side." Eunuch Ma, who had changed his clothes and looked more like a burly man from outside the Great Wall, looked around and was quite satisfied. Compared to the 2 floors below, it was much quieter and more elegant. He narrowed his eyes and nodded. Eunuch Lu said amiably to the young waiter who had a cotton towel on his shoulder, 2 pots of Jizhou Laojiao, Jiangnan apricot blossom wine, and cooked flower wine. As for the dishes and snacks, you can do as you see fit. The young waiter smiled and bowed to flatter, "Master, you are really an expert. You deserve the title of wine immortal." It's true that ordinary customers are generous when they come to our restaurant, but most of them choose the West Shu tribute wine, Jiannan Chun, to drink. In my opinion, the wine is good, but in terms of mellow aftertaste, it can't compare to the cooked flower wine. In terms of burning intensity, it is far inferior to the green ant from Bailiang. By the way, for masters, I have to say something. Our restaurant has an unwritten rule. When you come here, as long as you want to drink the green ant, you can drink as much as you want without charge. Eunuch Song asked curiously, "Even if you want to drink 8 or 10 pots, it's still free? Aren't you afraid that your restaurant will go bankrupt from drinking? Also, if someone comes to your restaurant and only drinks the green ant, will this rule still be valid?" At the mention of this, the young waiter who was originally bowing to flatter immediately said proudly, "It's valid, how can it not be valid? Everyone who comes is a guest. Our manager has already said that for those who are willing and able to drink our Bailiang's green ant, it's not a big deal to ruin their business. Just treat it as making friends with these heroes. Our manager has even set a special rule. If anyone can drink 6 pots of our restaurant's signature green ant in one go, not to mention the cost of the banquet, even if they want to sleep in the building next door for a night, our restaurant will pay for it." Eunuch Lu smiled and said, "It's rare to see a restaurant open for business like this. Interesting." Eunuch Song chuckled and held the comfortable antique chair with both hands. He looked at the eloquent young waiter and said, "It seems that although your manager stinks of money, he's not an ordinary person. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll give your manager face and ask him to propose a toast to Master Lu beside me. To tell you the truth, if you miss this chance, you won't be able to get it for the rest of your life." The young waiter listened to the fat man's official language of the Central Plains, and the arrogance he put on was even greater than the county governor. In fact, he was complaining in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He begged for mercy and said, "Sir, I'm really sorry. Our head manager isn't someone from Bayan town. Even I haven't seen him before. Unfortunately, the second manager who is in charge has a meal next door that he can't refuse. But please don't worry. Just based on the 6 pots of wine you ordered, as long as the second manager returns to the restaurant, I'll immediately inform him. I won't let the second manager miss the 4 masters. Eunuch Song, who couldn't be at ease again, was already unhappy. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Eunuch Lu take out a large amount of silver from his money pouch. He didn't throw it to the waiter like other rich guests. Instead, he placed it on the table and slowly pushed it forward. He smiled and said, "This is a reward for you. Don't think it's too little." The young waiter had the best impression of the old man sitting in the main seat. He was like a kind-looking rich man or an old scholar who had walked out of a scholarly family. He was polite to everyone. It was rare to see him in a restaurant where the rich and the poor were all masters. The young waiter hesitated. Then he heard the burly middle-aged man, who had been silent, say coldly, "If I tell you to take it, then take it." After the young waiter carefully put away the silver and left, Eunuch Lu asked in a small voice, "How is it?" Commander Qian, who was famous in both the palace army and the Ministry of Justice, said softly, "There's nothing strange." Looking along the way, the waiters in this restaurant are all normal people who have never practiced martial arts. However, there are a few tables on the 3rd floor that are not simple. Eunuch Lu smiled faintly and said, "In the worst-case scenario, this place is only 15 minutes away from the Green Horse relay station. The cavalry will arrive in the blink of an eye. Also, I believe that the Bailiang spies who are secretly watching us won't be useless decorations. Let's just drink and not worry." Chapter 1856. The cautious eunuch Ma was still slightly worried, but the carefree eunuch Song was already shouting, "Let's drink, let's drink. Brother Qian, later, you have to try the ripe flower wine from our hometown. I've missed that taste for half my life." The 6 jars of wine that were renowned throughout the court were quickly brought up. The young waiter who had been rewarded even took the initiative to bring 2 more jars of first-rate green ant wine from the restaurant. In any case, he was being generous and did not feel any pain. Compared to the carefree head seal Eunuch Lu and the carefree head seal Eunuch Song, Commander Qian of the Imperial Army, who had been through the battlefields of the Jianghu, was more calculative. In the end, he had the safety of the 3 elders of the Directorate of Credentials on his shoulders. On a smaller scale, if any of the old eunuchs qualified to wear the official robes made a mistake, then his officialdom in Great Peace City would come to an end. On a larger scale, if a storm that could not be suppressed appeared, he, the Qian family, and even the benefactor behind him would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, this seemingly impromptu drinking session, this commander, who had a golden saber bestowed by the imperial family, had been observing his surroundings the entire time. For example, after they reached the 3rd floor, although there were screens on all 4 sides of each private room, there was still enough space between the screens. The 2 tables near the stairs were not out of the ordinary. They looked like regular drinkers, and there were even young beauties who smelled of prostitution accompanying them. They were clearly prostitutes from the brothel next door. However, to their left and right, as well as across from them, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To the left of head seal Eunuch Lu, there was a table separated by a shoe-embroidered screen. There were 4 people sitting there, all of whom had powerful auras. One of them was a young woman with outstanding looks, especially the middle-aged man across from her who had one hand on the hilt of his saber even as he raised his cup and drank. His aura was vigorous. Even though he had only glanced over at the time, this bladesman, whose back was facing him at the time, had instantly reacted subtly. Although he did not turn around or draw his saber, the hand under the table clearly changed from caressing the hilt of his saber to tightly clenching his fist. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Commander Qian simply gave up on sizing up the other 2 men. On the other side of the jade screen to Eunuch Lu's right, there were 6 men and 3 women at the table. There was a great disparity in age and weapons of all kinds. They were either generously placed on the table or hung on a wooden rack, as if they were a group of Jianghu allies. Most of them were there to accumulate reputation and experience for the younger disciples of their sections. This was not uncommon in the Jianghu of the Central Plains. Their conversation was mostly about interesting Jianghu stories. At this moment, they were talking about the deeds of the leader of the Purple Dress Alliance in Mount Hui. They were talking about the rumor that had spread like wildfire. On a snowy night at the end of winter last year, Xianyuan Qingfeng had comprehended immortality by watching the snow on the cliff of Great Snow Plateau. Commander Qian felt relieved. What truly troubled him was the table opposite Eunuch Lu. This was also the real reason why Commander Qian chose to sit opposite Eunuch Lu. Separated by 2 screens and 20 steps away, a middle-aged couple sat at the table. The man had the aura of a battlefield that Commander Qian could not be more familiar with. However, he only saw a woman with a gloomy side profile. Her looks were average, but her aura was extremely cold and fierce. She gave off a wild aura that was completely different from the ordinary experts of the Jianghu sections. The latter usually fought to learn from each other, only for the sake of reputation, but she fought to the death, only for the sake of killing. Halfway through the wine, another 2 groups of people came up at the same time. The first group to arrive was really coincidental. It was the Jianghu young heroes and women who flew past the small crossing of Dragon Steed River. However, for some reason, their expressions were complicated. There was respect and excitement, as if they had seen ghosts in the day. What was strange was that these young people had all changed their clothes. Did they need to bathe and change clothes just to drink? Commander Qian, who had master realm cultivation, measured their strength. Although he felt that it was a little weird, he didn't think too much about it. Although he knew that it would be difficult for him to reach first-grade Vajra realm, he didn't dare to say that he was invincible among second-grade masters, especially those Jianghu martial masters who didn't fight on the battlefield. However, as long as it was a fight, he was confident that he would be the only one who would survive. It must be known that even the world's #1 bladesmanship master, Gu Jiantang, had admired the bladesmanship of a mere commandant of the palace guards. If he had not been promoted to deputy commander by the court, perhaps he would have followed Gu Jiantang to the Liao and returned to the battlefield at the border. As for the second group of people, there were 3 men and 2 women. The young man in the lead had the air of a young hero from the pugilistic world who wanted the entire world to know about him. He wasn't worthy of Commander Qian's attention. But the next 4 people made him tremble in fear. The blind woman beside the young hero held a zither, and behind her was a middle-aged man with a sword case on his back. His sword energy was extremely heavy, but this was under the premise that he was deliberately suppressing it. Behind him, a man and woman who looked like husband and wife walked side by side. The young woman was very eye-catching, with a voluptuous and enchanting figure. She was wearing colorful tie-dyed clothes, with a string of small and exquisite silver bells hanging on her hands and feet. The bells rang before she showed up, and there was a snow-white curved short knife in a slanted scabbard hanging on her waist. Commander Qian, who had extremely high standards, could tell at a glance that this was the attire of the Miao people from the 100,000 mountains of the southwest. She was holding the arm of the short man beside her, with an undisguised look of pride in her eyes, as if her man was the top hero in the world. Under her contrast, the originally inconspicuous middle-aged man stood out like a crane among chickens. He was wearing a linen short-sleeved shirt, a green headscarf wrapped around his head, and a white cloth wrapped around his calves. Before one wave calmed down, another wave came. Commander Qian's heart almost jumped out of his throat. In less than half a glass of wine, another young woman, who was surrounded by a myriad of stars, came to the second floor. She was followed by 4 people who looked like retainers. Commander Qian's face turned green after he retracted his gaze. What status did this woman have to hire 4 top experts who were at least at the second-grade master level? Just like that, a small restaurant suddenly became a place where experts were as common as dogs on the street. Even Commander Qian, who was used to seeing big waves, started to sweat. Eunuch Lu asked calmly, "Is there trouble?" Commander Qian smiled bitterly, "Not necessarily, but as long as there is a conflict, it will definitely be a huge problem." Maybe even 1 or 2,000 cavalry won't be able to solve it. Eunuch Lu waved his hand and smiled, as long as this is Bailiang, it's enough. At that moment, Commander Qian finally had a whole new level of respect for this head eunuch of the Directorate of Ribbon Sealing. Outside the restaurant where all kinds of fish and dragons gathered, a young man with a sword and a horse suddenly stopped on the street. When he stopped, the procuress at the entrance of the brothel saw his appearance clearly. Her eyes immediately lit up, and the two gorgeously dressed girls beside her wished they could pounce on the handsome guy who was still rolling up his sleeves and swallow him whole on the spot. The young man who was in a daze didn't seem to hear what the procuress was saying. He allowed her to pull his arm and drag him towards the brothel. He only remembered many years ago when he, Li Hanlin, Yan Qiji, and Kong Zhenrong drank wine together. At that time, it was always Li Hanlin who paid for it. He stole the money from his stingy father in Bailiang. Every time, it was like he was going to the execution ground the next day after having fun. At that time, Yan Qiji, who had been given the nickname Eating Chicken Yen, couldn't let go of himself. No matter how many girls were around him, it always seemed like he was being taken advantage of. And Kong Wuchi, that big idiot, every time he went to the brothel, it was to save the poor. As soon as he entered the door, he would say, "Whichever girl in the brothel hasn't had a customer for the longest time, I'll order her." So every time Kong Wuchi was there, the most beautiful girl and the ugliest girl in the brothel would appear at the same time. The young man finally came back to his senses and asked with a smile, "His Royal Highness is drinking wine with girls. Can I not pay?" The procuress, whose chest was trembling, was overjoyed and replied, "This young man really likes to joke. Even if the prince came, he would have to pay." The young man who had been dragged a few steps stopped. He still held the horse with one hand and said with a bitter face, "Then I won't enter the brothel." The old brothel woman glared at him, "Young man, you're not being honest. You dare to walk on the street with this kind of sword? Do you think you don't have money? I can promise you that even if I don't have a single copper coin on me, it's fine. I'll owe you." Just as the young nobleman seemed to be in a dilemma, an ordinary-looking man suddenly appeared beside them. Trying his best to conceal the excitement in his voice, he lowered his voice and said, "Second-class room, Earth number 16, I have something to report." The young man nodded and silently broke free from the arms of the three brothel girls. He smiled apologetically at them and then led the horse forward. The young man turned to look at the elite spy from the whisk room, whose eyes were burning. "Is there an emergency?" The latter said in a low voice, "I just discovered that someone tried to assassinate 3 eunuchs from the Directorate of Credentials. If I hadn't discovered the prince's whereabouts and acted on my own initiative, I would have already used the Green Horse Relay's secret military seal and moved the garrison into the city." Speaking of this spy, who had a high position in the whisk room in Bailiang, lowered his head and said, "Please forgive me, Prince." The young man joked, "No wonder you're from the whisk room. You're the same as Chu Lushan. Why are you asking for forgiveness? It's more like you're asking for credit." The spy from the whisk room, who was in charge of the intelligence of Bayan town, was obviously at a loss. After a moment of distraction, he hurriedly reported the situation to the young man who was leading the horse in detail. The young man was the young king, Su Fengnian. After listening, he nodded. "You don't have to intervene in this matter. This king will handle it himself." Just as the spy was about to accept the order and turn to leave, Su Fengnian said in a low voice, "Thank you for your hard work." The spy from the whisk room was stunned. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. He grinned and then left silently. Su Fengnian led the horse slowly to the brothel. Chapter 1857. A young swordsman staggered past the screen and was about to ask the waiter for a few more pots of Jian Nan Chun wine when he suddenly felt as if someone had strangled his neck with a rope. He was dumbstruck and stared at the woman who was only 7 or 8 steps away from him. What did a man of Jianghu rely on to meet a land immortal? He could only rely on his ancestors' graves. Then, in one day, he met a land immortal for the first time and then met a world-famous fairy. What did he rely on? He could only hope that his ancestor would climb out of his coffin and bask in the sun, right? However, this young swordsman who had been kicked into the Dragon Horse River by the Immortal not long ago really saw the fairy recognized by Jianghu, the sect master of one of the top 10 sects in the world, the leader of Beiliang's Jianghu, Lu Narong. He fiercely rubbed his eyes and then his face instantly turned red. He didn't dare to take half a step forward, as if there was a thunder pool under his feet. He only gathered his courage and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask if you are Sect Master Lu?" If God could give him another chance, he would definitely straighten his tongue before opening his mouth. The young woman who was originally going to meet a group of distinguished guests from afar stopped when she heard his voice. She asked with a calm expression, "What's the matter?" The young swordsman, who was considered an influential figure in Jianghu in his hometown, blurted out, "Nothing." She dismissed it with a smile and turned to leave. Full of regret, he wanted to slap himself in the face, but in the end, he was emboldened by alcohol. He slightly raised his voice and stared at the graceful back of the woman. He shouted in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Lu, I am Song Guanxiang from Beiling County. My master is the Green Blade Swordsman, the Lord of Hao Ran Restaurant." The unapproachable woman had already bypassed the screen and entered the private room. Soon, she disappeared from his sight. He no longer had the courage to shamelessly follow her. Perhaps there was only a shoe-embroidered screen between men and women of similar age, but this outstanding disciple of Hao Ran Restaurant in Beiling County knew that there was a world of difference between him and the woman who seemed to be close to him. It was as if they were separated by yin and yang. After Liang changed its name from Eternal Hui to Auspicious Talisman, a clear dividing line appeared in Liang's Jianghu. Apart from the new Prince Liang who had unknowingly connected the two generations of Jianghu, the old and new Jianghu were very clear. Wang Xianji from Wuli City, Spring and Autumn Sword God Li Chungang, Huang Longsher of Spring and Autumn 3 Jia, Cat Man Han Shengxian, Wang Mingyin, Dongyue Sword Pool Song Nianqing and so on had passed away. With the disappearance of the Peach Blossom Sword God Dong Tai and Chao Changqing's death outside Tai and City, the conclusion of the Eternal Hui Jianghu was even more clear. Today's Auspicious Talisman Jianghu had a new atmosphere, and a figure that people took delight in talking about was Mount Huizi, who commanded the heroes of the Central Plains as a woman. She was the leader of the 12 Auspicious Talisman Jianghu and the 4 sages. She was the leader of the Quick Snow Villa by the Spring God Lake, Jinsua Knife Villa, Gangnam-do Black Gutai and Yuyen Villa. She was the young banished immortal of Taibai Sword Sect who had made rapid progress in Sword Dao and single-handedly sent a second-rate sect into the top 10 sections. She was the young fairy of Southern Border Dragon Palace Lin Hongyuan and Black Gutai Lu Huanxian who had attracted countless heroes. In today's Jianghu, people liked the new and did not remember the old. When the old people talked to the young people about the Wu family sword tomb, the latter would say that the banished immortal of the Taibai sword sect, who had broken through 3 realms in half a year, would definitely be able to flatten the Wu family's sword tomb. When the old people talked to the young people about Wang Xianji, who claimed to be number 2 in the world for 60 years in the martial emperor city, the latter would probably say that it was fortunate that the old man surnamed Wang died early. Otherwise, if the banished immortal of the Taibai sword sect and the master of the Jin Qiu Dao manor, these martial art geniuses would have practiced the saber and sword for a few more years, those old fellows would be considered shameless enough to claim to be number 20 in the world. Only when they talked about the new Prince Liang, who had 300,000 cavalrymen under his command, there was rarely any doubt. It was believed that if that young Prince Liang had the opportunity to go to Liang again, he would definitely feel unfamiliar. This was not a case of the river flowing east for 30 years, but a case of the river flowing east for 3 years. Lu Narong was already numb to this kind of inexplicable flirting. In the beginning, she would still take this matter seriously, believing in her father's generation of Jianghu's so-called treating people with sincerity and treating everyone as an equal from the bottom of her heart. However, after suffering once, she began to involuntarily give up on her father's set of golden rules and jade rules. Previously, there was a handsome man from a sect in the Central Plains whom she had only met once, but he actually told the public that he had fallen in love with her, the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, at first sight. As a result, the entire Bailiang Jianghu was in an uproar. Afterwards, before she could react, 2 secret consecrators in the gang brazenly killed him and hung his bloody head directly on the martial arts field flag of the Fish Dragon Gang's headquarters in Lingzhou. As for the Jianghu talent who was convicted because of his words, not only did the sect not denounce him, but instead sent a secret letter to the Fish Dragon Gang, full of carefully worded apologies. From that moment on, she truly realized her identity. Even if she practiced martial arts for another 100 or 200 years, she still wouldn't be able to enter the martial arts rankings. However, as long as the Fish Dragon Gang, which had a large number of members, still existed, she would be one of the most powerful figures in Jianghu. This had nothing to do with her family name. Today's Jianghu was so snobbish. She knew that her beauty was far from being a devastatingly beautiful woman. Not to mention Chen Yu, Jiang and I, who had made it onto the martial arts rankings, or Huishan Zi, Xianyuan Qingfeng, whose appearance had been reborn as his martial arts realm rose, even compared to the other 3 who were known as the 4 fairies of Liyang, Lin Hongyuan of the Dragon Palace, Tong Shanquan of the Jinsua Saber Village, and Lu Hanxian of the Black Gutai, Lu Hanxian. Lu Narong also admitted that her appearance and temperament were far inferior. Now that she was busy with work and occasionally had some free time, she would let her imagination run wild. She felt that those seemingly heroic men in Jianghu, whom they admired, were just her identity. Even if she was a bit uglier, even if her personality was violent and temperamental, there would still be countless people fighting to be her subject. Therefore, she missed the time when she was desperate and became a Beimang bodyguard. She was an ignorant young girl in Jianghu. After bypassing the screen, Lu Narong quickly put away her ridiculous thoughts and looked at the 4 distinguished guests from Nanjiang who came from afar. As a well-deserved local tyrant, she still did not hurry to take a seat. Instead, she raised her hand and cupped her fist to apologize. We were delayed on the road for 2 days. Palace Master Lin has been waiting for a long time. The man closest to the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang was the machete man that Commander Qian of the Imperial Guards was very afraid of. Although he had already noticed the 4 people behind Lu Narong when she went up the stairs and waited until Lu Narong stood beside him at this moment, the machete man turned a deaf ear and continued to drink and eat meat. However, he loosened his hand on the hilt of the machete man, presumably to show that he was not an evil guest. As for whether Lu Narong understood or not, the old man with black hair actually didn't care. He was indeed qualified to not care. Because he was Mao Shulang. As one of the few machete men masters in the world and an old man who had personally experienced the brilliant era of the Spring and Autumn 13 armors, he was called Northern Li and Southern Mao together with Li Chungang at his peak. Unfortunately, he lost the 2 most important battles in his life. He lost to Li Chungang in the battle between machetes and swords. That battle was also regarded by many old Jianghu people as the battle between machetes and swords. Later, Gu Jiantang showed his outstanding talent and went all the way to the south to challenge Mao Shulang. In this battle, although Mao Shulang's body was not seriously injured, his pure mind, which was originally close to perfection, was fragmented. Since then, he had been completely sealed. In the past 20 years, many rising stars had bravely made progress on the road of martial arts, but Mao Shulang had been crawling forward in the mud. From the young genius machete man who was the most powerful in Nanjiang, he had been reduced to a trash who even Wang Tongshan dared to sneer at. The woman called Lin Hongyuan by Lu Narong smiled sweetly, slowly got up and said, "Boss Lu, you are too polite. There are tens of thousands of people in the Fish Dragon Gang, unlike our Dragon Palace, which only has 300 people at most. It is difficult to find something to do. Lin Hongyuan is very grateful that Boss Lu can take time out of his busy schedule to meet us." Cheng Baishuang, who was recognized as the first master in Nanjiang after Mao Shulang, smiled helplessly. Obviously, he knew that Lin Hongyuan, this proud daughter, had always looked down on Lu Narong, the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang. It was said that Lin Hongyuan had already gone to the western region with Huishan Zi to encircle the 6 demons. Lin Hongyuan had shown tit for tat to Lu Narong many times in public. As for why she did this, Cheng Baishuang, who vaguely knew the inside story, certainly did not want to get involved. What's more, it was reasonable for him to protect Lin Hongyuan, who he had watched grow up. However, Ji Luan, who was the chief guest of the Dragon Palace in Nanjiang, frowned and said in a low voice, "Palace Master, don't delay the important matter. Our trip to Bailiang was supposed to go to Lingzhou and see Boss Lu first." It was Palace Master who changed the itinerary without permission and insisted on seeing the eunuch of Great Peace City. How can you blame Boss Lu? Lin Hongyuan glanced at Lu Narong and said with a smile, "Uncle Jian, Boss Lu will not lower himself to my level." Chapter 1858. The 4 masters behind Lu Narong, who had joined the Fish Dragon Gang as servants over the years, were more or less angry. After all, the court paid particular attention to the master's humiliation and the servant's death. In Jianghu, the masters of the Fish Dragon Gang had long been dissatisfied with Lin Hongyuan's sarcastic remarks about Lu Narong, especially the high-ranking members of the Fish Dragon Gang. Although the people in Jianghu respected the Fish Dragon Gang, they believed that the Fish Dragon Gang did not have a real master. For example, the Dragon Palace in Nanjiang had 2 masters, the Old Palace Master and Ji Luan. Not to mention the celestial phenomenon Supreme Master Huang Fangfua on the Great Snow Plateau of Hui Mountain. The Taibai sword sect had an amazing sword genius, which was enough to convince people. The music saint, one of the 4 sages in Jianghu, was also one of the 4 sages in Jianghu, and the female owner of Jinsua Knife Village could also turn the tide. Although Yuyan Villa did not have a top supreme master to deter Jianghu, it had built a good relationship with heroes from all sides because of the reforging of the sword in the Dragon Rock Sword Furnace. The Fish Dragon Gang, which lived in a remote corner of Jianghu in the northwest, could not be compared with them. As for the Spring Invitation Cottage in Shishu, as long as they imagined the man in white behind Lu Narong, no one would dare to underestimate them. In the end, the Fish Dragon Gang's weakness was the most fatal. When the leaders of the Jianghu and the Central Plains joined hands to hunt down 6 evil demons who dared to steal secret manuals from the Great Snow Plateau, in that soul-stirring tide of righteousness, many people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Among them, Dou Changfeng, who was previously one of the top 10 talents in Jianghu, left a famous saying that spread throughout Jianghu after he had a conflict with the members of the Fish Dragon Gang. Therefore, when Lin Hongyuan praised the tens of thousands of members of the Fish Dragon Gang in front of Lu Narong, although Lu Narong looked indifferent, a burly foreign official in the prime of his life strode out from behind her. Even though Lu Narong tried to stop him, he still walked to the table, put one hand on the table, and sneered, "I heard that there is a Sword Tao Supreme Master named Ji Luan in the Dragon Palace. His swordsmanship is outstanding and quite amazing." Even Wang Tongshan, who was killed by our Lord, boasted that he was half a master. Ji Luan, who had 2 heavy swords hanging from his waist, narrowed his eyes. "I'm Ji Luan, who is half a master." The burly man stared at Ji Luan and said with a fake smile, "So it's you. Since you're a guest, Steel Hand Zhao Shanhong would like to propose a toast to you." He gently pressed the table did not move an inch, but the wine cup in front of Ji Luan, which still had half a cup of green ant in it, shattered with a loud bang. The shards did not scatter in all directions, but fell within an inch of the original position of the wine cup. That half cup of green ant wine was still condensed and did not dissipate. This display of power left a lingering aftertaste. Lin Hongyuan turned a blind eye to this. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Narong with undisguised schadenfreude, as if he was saying that Lu Narong, the gang leader, was really just a decorative vase. She couldn't even control a consecrator who was supposed to be a direct subordinate. Lu Narong was still expressionless in the face of Lin Hongyuan's silent provocation. When Qing Baishuang, who looked like an old Confucian scholar, saw this scene, he secretly had a higher opinion of Lu Narong, who looked like a clay bodhisattva without a temper. Ji Lu An smiled and said, "Since it's a toast, I can't refuse. I'll drink this cup." Ji Lu An stretched out 2 fingers and gently knocked on the edge of the table. The shards instantly gathered in the air and reformed into a brand new wine cup. Ji Lu An gently picked up the wine cup, raised his hand slightly, and drank it in one gulp. After casually putting down the wine cup, Ji Lu An smiled and said, "After drinking the toast, I feel like drinking the forfeit." Before joining the Fish Dragon Gang and becoming a consecrator, Zhao Shanhong had been the #1 master of the underworld in Jizhou for 10 years. If it weren't for the mad dog Yuan Tingshan, who was the general of Jizhou at that time, who had worked hard to accumulate his family property and more than 200 brothers who were as skilled as the Liaodong cavalry, how could Zhao Shanhong, who had been a local tyrant for more than 10 years, escape to Beiliang like a stray dog? Although he had been well behaved in the past year, a leopard couldn't change its spots. Zhao Shanhong was famous in the Fish Dragon Gang for being unruly and difficult to tame. Although he didn't have a high position among more than 30 consecrators, he became more and more arrogant as he stood on his own in the Fish Dragon Gang with several other powerful figures with similar temperaments. Otherwise, Zhao Shanhong wouldn't have ignored Lu Narong's obstruction in front of outsiders like the Dragon Palace. Zhao Shanhong grinned and said, "The toast is just for show. As for the forfeit, it won't be so easy to drink." Lu Narong finally turned her head and said coldly, "Zhao Shanhong." Zhao Shanhong completely ignored the nominal leader of the Fish Dragon Gang. He just gently twisted his wrist and stared at Ji Lu An. At this time, the youngest of Lu Narong's 4 retinues made a move that was absolutely unexpected to both the Fish Dragon Gang and the Dragon Palace. Standing behind Zhao Shanhong, he quickly punched the back of Zhao Shanhong's waist. The huge 1-inch punch almost penetrated Zhao Shanhong's waist in an instant. Although Zhao Shanhong was an extremely vicious person, he was indeed a rare martial arts genius. In his early years, he practiced external martial arts to the point of perfection with an extremely unpopular fist manual. Later, by chance, he obtained half of the lost mental cultivation method of the Longhu Mountain and turned to Taoism to cultivate both internal and external martial arts. Therefore, although Zhao Shanhong was limited by his innate bone structure and his martial arts realm stopped at the 2nd level of the Master of Martial Arts, he could also be regarded as a freak in the 2nd level of the Master of Martial Arts. His combat strength was extremely good. Therefore, when the young consecrator behind him suddenly attacked without warning, Zhao Shanhong instinctively tightened his back. Almost at the same time that the punch hit his back, Zhao Shanhong began to quickly take 3 small steps forward. But even so, he tried his best to dissipate the majestic force. Zhao Shanhong's burly body still shook a few times. He bent down to pull a chair and sat down. He poured himself a glass of wine, or to be precise, half a glass. When he lowered his head to drink, he first spat out the blood into the glass and then swallowed it together with the wine. It had to be said that Zhao Shanhong had always been ruthless to others, and he was not any better to himself. Zhao Shanhong wiped his mouth and turned his head. His eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and said, "In the end, my family is considerate and let me drink a glass of good wine." The young consecrator said calmly, "When we go back, I'll treat you to a few more glasses." "It's enough." Surprise flashed in Lu Narong's eyes. In her impression, this taciturn young consecrator never formed cliques in the Fish Dragon Gang. He was one of the few loners, so his influence was far less than Zhao Shanhong's, who liked to group up. Now there were many leaders in the Fish Dragon Gang. For example, the 2 old men behind her were her trusted subordinates. However, the so-called trusted subordinates were only relative to the young consecrator or the steel opener Zhao Shanhong, who had been watching coldly before today. Otherwise, the 2 old men would not stand by and watch when Zhao Shanhong was insatiable. However, generally speaking, in some internal affairs, the two old men could agree with Lu Nerong, the leader of the gang. Zhao Shanhong had 3 or 4 consecrators on each of the 3 internal mountains, and they often arm-wrestled with Lu Nerong. The remaining 2 groups of people formed their own alliances. There were not many people, but they were quite powerful. One group was privately called the Cold Blade Department, and they had a good relationship with the local general schools in Lingzhou. The other group was ridiculed as the Civil Official Department. Previously, they followed the leader of Lingzhou, Song Yan, blindly. After Song Yan left his post and was promoted to Yuzhou, they were now in a heated relationship with the new provincial governor of Lingzhou, Chang Sui. The Fish Dragon Gang, was really a mix of good and bad people. The name of the gang that Lu Nerong's father gave back then was a prophecy. However, because the Fish Dragon Gang had learned a lesson from the past, they had cleaned up a large group of real power figures a few years ago. So, Zhao Shanhong and the other ruthless people were more or less afraid and did not dare to fall out with Lu Nerong. Although it could be concluded that Lu Nerong definitely did not have that kind of ambiguous relationship with the young lord, it was obvious that the Fish Dragon Gang had nearly 30,000 members. Not to mention the government of Longqing County, even the Lingzhou provincial governor's mansion and Mount Qingliang had people specially watching the Fish Dragon Gang. This was the root cause of Zhao Shanhong and the others not having the courage to do whatever they wanted. Once they angered Mount Qingliang, which even the Liang imperial court could only turn a blind eye to, not to mention the young lord, one of the 4 grandmasters of wushu arts, to come personally, they did not need to mobilize any cavalry in Beiliang. As long as the Water Room or the Eagle Room came, they did not need to mobilize all of their forces. They just needed to bring out 100 elites. It was believed that the Fish Dragon Gang would fall apart in the blink of an eye. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Then, they would go back to their own homes. Of course, the premise was that they were not included in the must-kill list of those spies and men of sacrifice. In the final analysis, just as the Central Plain said, the Fish Dragon Gang lacked a stabilizing force that could suppress all the heroes. In fact, it was not that there were no smart people in the Fish Dragon Gang secretly speculating why Mount Qingliang did not directly find someone to replace Lu Nerong, who had mediocre cultivation and was not tough enough and cold-blooded enough. Otherwise, that person only needed to reveal his identity as from Mount Qingliang. Even if he was a trash who was even more useless than Lu Nerong, who would dare to not bow their heads and listen to him obediently? Don't talk about tripping people up, they would wag their tails and beg for mercy. In fact, Lu Nerong did not understand this point. At first, she thought that that person wanted an easily controlled underground dynasty to appear in Beiliang. However, as the Fish Dragon Gang prospered day by day, that person never took back the crops that he had cultivated. Therefore, Lu Nerong did not understand that person's thoughts at all. Casting a long line to catch a big fish? But they were about to fight the second battle of Liangmang. From beginning to end, Mount Qingliang did not show any signs of forcibly conscripting the young men of the Fish Dragon Gang. Could it be that they still hoped that after Beimang broke through Zbicheng, the Fish Dragon Gang would be able to defend Beiliang Road? Lu Nerong was a little disheartened. This Jianghu was very different from the Jianghu she had envisioned when she was young. Chapter 1859. After Su Fengnian gave the horse to the waiter of the restaurant, he did not go straight to the 3rd floor. Instead, he chose a table near the window on the 2nd floor and ordered 2 stewed eels and sauced carp. After hearing that the green ant wine was free, he ordered 2 pots of it. It was unexpected for Bei and town to be so lively, but it was still within reason. There would be a Wudong martial arts symposium during autumn and winter this year, which would undoubtedly attract many heroes of the martial arts world. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the Northern Liang sect wanted to help Mount Wudong suppress Mount Longhu. As for the idea of taking advantage of others' weakness, it came from Deputy Administrator Song Dongming. Chen Yao and Yu Xingrui, the only 2 old men left in Wudong, did not have no differences. Chen Yao did not want to be so ostentatious. The endless incense on the mountain had already made this old man very busy. However, the heroic Yu Xingrui insisted on doing it, so Qianyao had to comply with this temperamental junior brother. In the end, the reason why Qianyao took a step back was not the hint of Mount Qingliang, nor the fact that he could not persuade the current leader Li Yufu, such a good disciple, but the 4 words on the mountain gate's memorial arch: Wudong will prosper. Li Yufu's words also made Qianyao completely relieved. When there is no one on the mountain, I cultivate peace. When there is a sea of people on the mountain, I also cultivate peace. Compared to the time when the purple clothes of Mount Huishan attracted the righteous people of Jianghu to the western region, the Wudong martial arts competition this time might be bigger. The real boss of the Snow Plateau, Huang Fangfua, had already spread the news to the Central Plains. At that time, all the guests of Mount Huishan would go to Wudong together. The Snow Villa and Yuyan Villa nodded almost at the same time, followed by the Dragon Palace and Dark Drum Stage. The young banished immortal of Taibai Sword Sect, who was in the limelight for a while, even announced that he would discuss Dao with Wudong's leader Li Yufu in the Purple Virtual Palace, and that he would discuss martial arts with the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, on the top of Little Lotus Peak. In this way, including the fish dragons in Beiliang, 7 of the top 10 sects in Liyang had already decided to participate in the Wudong Martial Arts Symposium. Dongyue Sword Pool and Jinsua Dao Zhuang remained silent. Only the Spring Invitation Cottage was left. Since Beiliang's hostility with Western Shu was known to everyone in the imperial court, presumably Xie Xie, who had won 2 consecutive Rouge reviews, would not participate in this liveliness that would only benefit others. Xianyuan Qingfeng was one of the 12 champions of Auspicious Talisman, which originated from the 13 armors of spring and autumn. He alone occupied 3 of the 12 champions, while the other 9 almost all left. Among the 4 sages, including the music sage of Black Drum Station, 3 of them would also come to Mount Wudong. At least half of the top 10 loose immortals and top 10 young masters of Jianghu would definitely appear in this event. The Quick Snow Villa, Yuyan Villa, Taibai Sword School, and Black Drum Station, whose foundations were not stable, indeed needed to show their faces in public. Taibai Sword School, who relied on only one person to carry the burden, needed the most to prove themselves to Liyang Jianghu. And the young master, who was known as the 3rd person in the Jianghu in the last 100 years in the Jianghu, had won countless cheers for Taibai Sword School after he issued a shocking and heroic challenge to the young king. It was said that some famous heroines and fairies in Jianghu who admired this banished immortal had already publicly cheered for him. The general wording was the same. It was nothing more than that even if he failed in this martial arts symposium, with his amazing talent in the Jianghu and his rapid progress in cultivation, he would be able to drag the young king down from his throne in 10 years at most. Just as Su Fengnian was about to raise his cup and drink a mouthful of green ant wine, he saw the restaurant waiter bowing and leading the 2 people to come over. Without the waiter's embarrassed face saying anything, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "You want to share a table, right? No problem." The 2 people sat down. The old man had an ordinary appearance. He smiled at Su Fengnian and then sat opposite to Su Fengnian. The other woman was wearing a curtain hat and black clothes. 2 scabbards with seriously worn scabbards were hanging on her waist. They were not divided into left and right sides, but they were staggered on the right side of her waist. The blades were longer than ordinary blades. The woman sat on a bench facing the window between the old man and Su Fengnian. She took off her curtain hat and put it on the table, revealing a heroic face. Her beauty could not be considered to be a beauty that could bring disaster to a country, but she was definitely worthy of the word, not ordinary. She could really make onlookers forget her appearance. Her appearance was unforgettable. Her aura was particularly fierce, but she did not give people the feeling that she was overbearing. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's true that good people will be rewarded." After hearing this sentence, the young woman did not have the slightest change of expression. She did not even frown. She did not squint at the stranger who seemed to be a lecher. Instead, she turned her head and looked directly at the man. After she looked into the young man's eyes, she smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." She and he both had clear eyes. The old man laughed. Compared to the young woman who should be his granddaughter, he was obviously more talkative. "It's fate that we meet. Young master, from your accent, are you a local of Liangzhou?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "My ancestral home is Jinzhou, Liaodong. However, my family has settled down in Beiliang for a long time." The old man said happily, "My surname is Tong. I can barely be considered a dabbler in Jianghu. You can call me Brother Tong. If you don't mind, you can also call me Uncle Tong." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Just call me Brother Tong. Calling me Boss Tong makes me feel like an outsider. There's too much of a difference in seniority. By the way, my surname is Su." The old man nodded vigorously and said, "This is to my liking. I want to eat 2 more bowls of rice later." The old man soon frowned and sighed. "I didn't expect to spend so much in Beiliang. It's only been a few days and I'm almost out of money." Otherwise, this old man would have gone to the 3rd floor to drink and eat meat. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "As long as I can eat my fill." The old man was stunned. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Su, your words are interesting. I can tell at a glance that you're a learned person." Su Fengnian couldn't help laughing. After so many years, there were only a few people who praised him for being learned. Of course, Chu Lushan, Li Gongda, and the other well-known sycophants of the Su family didn't count. When he looked back, the old man's eyes were so sincere. Su Fengnian hurriedly poured a glass of wine for the old man. He glanced at the young woman. She shook her head, so Su Fengnian didn't pour wine for her. The old man said with a bitter face, "Unlike my granddaughter. Asking her to learn needlework is like asking for her life. She wants to play with knives no matter what. After playing for a while, she doesn't even have a partner. She's almost 30 years old. In our hometown, at this age, she'll be able to hold a grandson in a few years, let alone be a mother. Brother Su, tell me, how can I not worry?" Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. However, he couldn't say anything in front of the young woman. The young woman with the 2 knives seemed somewhat helpless. She obviously couldn't do anything about her grandfather's innate enthusiasm. The old man carefully glanced at his granddaughter. He sighed and drank a mouthful of wine. He said softly, "Borrowing other people's wine glasses to pour on your own blocks." The young woman was indifferent. As he said, the old man was embarrassingly short of money. He was even worse than Su Fengnian, who ordered 2 dishes. Although they were both dishes, the price was much lower. Fortunately, Su Fengnian kept urging him to drink, so the old man was in a good mood. However, the old man's alcohol tolerance wasn't good. His alcohol tolerance was also mediocre. After drinking half a pot of green ant wine, he was already drunk. His face and ears were red, his voice was loud, and his saliva was flying everywhere. He also liked to drop his book pouch. From time to time, he would say some empty words that made the listeners not know whether to laugh or cry. Drinking good wine with a young man, shooting to the top of the West Mountain. Brother Su, after drinking with you today, this trip to Beiliang was not in vain. Brother Su, although I don't have any ability, I can't study, and I'm not good at martial arts, but I've always believed in retribution. I believe that in saving an ant, I'll be the champion, and in burying a snake, I'll enjoy the glory of being the prime minister. Do you believe me? Rich people have everything, but when they die, they'll bear the word love. No matter who wins or loses in this life, I think the king of hell sitting high in the hall reading the book of life and death will only laugh loudly, right? Brother Su, don't you think so? Su Fengnian finally understood. It was true that this brother Tong had studied for a few days, but his words were often incoherent. Simply put, he was rote memorizing, but it was not to the extent that he was completely ignorant. The old man stepped on the stool with one foot. He was just short of pulling Su Fengnian to a drinking game. Brother Su, don't think that I'm drunk. I'm not drunk. Su Fengnian could only laugh. Of course. Even if I'm drunk, Brother Tong won't be drunk. The young woman just sat upright and still. She leisurely picked up the food with her chopsticks and chewed slowly. The old man suddenly looked out the window and sighed. As the old saying goes, the scholars of the south are the generals of the north. The yellow soil of the northwest buries the emperor. Your Bailiang obviously has the thickest soil in the world, but you can't grow the most abundant crops. Fortunately, you've raised an invincible Bailiang cavalry. You haven't wronged this land. Su Fengnian followed the old man's gaze and looked at the brightly lit street. He remained silent.